This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened with that barbershop. I've replayed it in my mind 1,000 times, tried to rationalize it, but I can't. This all started last year, and I'm still freaked out about it. My name's Michael. I run an online business with my wife from our apartment in downtown Chicago. Nothing fancy, just drop-shipping products from various suppliers. It keeps us busy, but the flexibility is nice. Every morning, I walk about 8 blocks to this package drop-off place to ship out orders from the previous day. It's become part of my routine. Wake up at 7, coffee, check emails, pack orders, then head out around 9. About 2 years ago, this barbershop opened along my route. One of those trendy places with the spinning barber pole outside, dark wood interior, leather chairs, and TVs showing sports. You know the type, trying to make haircuts manly again with free beers and all that. I'd passed it dozens of times before deciding to try it out. My regular barber had retired, and I needed a haircut for my sister's wedding. The first few visits were fine, nothing special, just in and out with a decent haircut. There were 4 barbers working there. The owner, I think his name was Tony, an older guy named Frank, and 2 younger guys whose names I never caught. I usually got Frank. He was quiet, efficient, didn't try to make small talk beyond, "How do you want it cut?" which I appreciated. Then came that appointment in April last year. Frank wasn't available, so I got assigned to one of the younger guys. Dark hair, sleeve tattoos, probably in his late 20s. I think his name was Derek or Darren, something with a D. He seemed normal enough at first. As soon as I sat down, though, he started asking questions. Not the usual barber small talk about weather or sports. He wanted to know exactly where I lived. "I'm just a few blocks away," I said, trying to keep it vague. "Yeah, but which building?" "I'm looking for a place downtown," he pressed. I gave a non-answer about living near the park. Then he asked what I did for work. I mentioned the online business, keeping details minimal, but he kept digging, asking about revenue, what specific products we sold, our suppliers. Then things got weirder. Out of nowhere he asked, "You smoke weed?" No," I replied, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. "What about coke? I can hook you up if you need anything." I clearly stated I wasn't interested. Then he asked if my wife and I had kids, how long we'd been married, if we owned or rented our place, and when we were typically home or out. The questions came rapid fire while he was cutting my hair, snipping away with those sharp scissors inches from my face. I started giving one-word answers, hoping he'd take the hint. He didn't. I remember how his eyes kept meeting mine in the mirror. There was something off about them, too intense, like he was cataloging my responses for later use. The whole haircut took maybe 25 minutes, but it felt like hours. When he finished, I practically threw cash at the receptionist and bolted. I remember walking home feeling violated somehow. It wasn't just invasive questioning. There was something predatory about his interest. My wife noticed I was bothered when I got home, and when I explained what happened, she agreed it was creepy. After that, I changed my morning routine. I'd still walk past the barber shop on my way to the package drop-off, but I'd check through the window first to see if D was working. If he was there, I'd cross to the other side of the street. It sounds paranoid typing it out like this, but something about him had triggered my fight-or-flight response. For several months, this worked fine. I'd glance in, spot the barbers, and adjust my path accordingly. I went back to the shop twice for haircuts, making sure to schedule with Frank specifically. When the receptionist asked why I wanted Frank, I made up something about liking how he did the fade last time. Then came that morning in January 17th to be exact. It was a Tuesday, cold as hell, around 9:15 a.m. I was walking past the barber shop doing my usual check when I stopped dead in my tracks. Through the front window I could see the entire interior being dismantled. The mirrors that had lined the walls were gone. The barber chairs had been removed. The reception counter was half disassembled, with a guy in overalls using a drill to remove the remaining screws. The TV was missing, and all the product shelves were empty. 2 men were rolling up the decorative area rug that had covered the center of the floor. A third guy was taking down the track lighting from the ceiling. I remember thinking, they must have gone out of business. It wasn't particularly surprising. New businesses in that area often didn't last more than a year or 2. The rent was brutal. I felt a small sense of relief knowing I wouldn't have to worry about running into D anymore, then continued on my way to drop off packages. The next morning, and this is where things get unexplainable, I was walking the same route at roughly the same time. As I approached the barber shop, I almost tripped over my own feet. The shop was completely normal, fully furnished, barbers inside working, customers in chairs, TV on showing ESPN. The whole place looked exactly as it had for the past 2 years. I stopped and stared. The reception counter that I'd seen being dismantled was intact, with the same receptionist tapping away at her computer. The mirrors were all in place. The barber chairs were occupied. Even the rug I'd seen being rolled up was right there on the floor, not a wrinkle in sight. I must have looked insane standing there with my mouth open. A couple passing by gave me a weird look. I pulled out my phone and took a photo of the shop front, though I'm not sure why. Maybe to convince myself later that I wasn't losing my mind? I continued to the package drop-off in a daze. Had I imagined the whole dismantling scene? Was I having some kind of stress-induced hallucination? I didn't use any drugs or medications that could cause that kind of vivid hallucination. I hadn't been drinking. I'd had a normal night's sleep. When I got back home, I asked my wife if the barber shop had ever closed for renovations. She said not that she knew of, but she rarely walked that route. I called a buddy who worked in the area, and he confirmed the place had been open for business yesterday when he passed by around noon. I tried to let it go. Maybe I'd looked into a different storefront. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized. But I knew exactly what I'd seen. I passed that shop 5 days a week for 2 years. There was no mistaking it. For the next few days, I took photos of the barbershop each morning as I walked by. Always normal, always open, always like nothing had happened. I even went in for a haircut with Frank about a week later, just to see if anything seemed off. Everything was completely ordinary. I casually asked if they'd done any renovations recently, and Frank said no, just regular maintenance. I eventually stopped taking photos and tried to forget the incident. Maybe it had been some weird brain glitch. I told myself it wasn't worth obsessing over. Life went on. Spring came, then summer. Our online business had a good quarter. I found a different route to the package drop-off place, partly to avoid the barber shop and partly because there was a new coffee shop I liked on the alternate route. Then came November 8th. I was running late on my package deliveries and took my old route to save time. As I approached the barber shop, that same surreal feeling washed over me. Through the window, I saw an identical scene to what I'd witnessed in January. Workers dismantling everything. The mirrors being taken down, the chairs gone. The reception counter partially disassembled. Men rolling up the area rug. I froze on the sidewalk. A cold sweat broke out across my back, despite the chilly weather. This time, I forced myself to go closer. I put my face against the glass and cupped my hands around my eyes to block the glare. It was undeniably the same scene. When one of the workers noticed me staring, he waved, clearly assuming I was a disappointed customer. I stepped back, my heart hammering. I pulled out my phone and took several photos, hands shaking so badly I had to retake them. Then I noticed something taped to the door, a sign that read, "Closed permanently. Thank you for your patronage over the last 2 years." I stood there for at least 5 minutes, trying to make sense of it. This was exactly what I'd seen 10 months earlier. Not similar, identical. The same people doing the same tasks in the same way. It was like watching a replay of that January morning. I continued to the package drop-off in a state of shock. When I returned that way 45 minutes later, the dismantling was still underway. This was real. This was happening now. Over the next few days, I watched as the space was completely emptied. Within a week, a "for lease" sign appeared in the window. I took photos documenting the whole process, comparing them to my January photos. The similarities were uncanny. It's been several months now, and I still don't have an explanation. The space remains vacant. I've walked by it hundreds of times, half expecting to see it suddenly restored to a fully functioning barbershop again. But it hasn't happened. I've spent countless hours researching similar experiences. Some people call it a time slip or premonition. Others suggest it might be evidence of parallel universes or timeline shifts. None of these explanations feels satisfying. The thing that haunts me most is the precision of it. If I'd just had a vague feeling the shop would close, that would be one thing. But to see the exact same scene, down to the people involved and the specific ways they were dismantling the place, that's something else entirely. I haven't told many people about this. My wife knows, of course, and thinks it's bizarre, but has suggested maybe I saw a different shop being dismantled in January, and my brain merged the memories. My best friend thinks I might have experienced some kind of waking dream in January that coincidentally matched later reality. But I know what I saw, both times. I still have the photos from January, and I've compared them to the November ones. They're not identical, different lighting, slightly different angles, but they show the same scene, the same dismantling process, the same half-disassembled reception counter, the same rolled-up rug. Could I have somehow glimpsed 10 months into the future? And if so, why that moment? Why not something significant or useful? What's the point of seeing a random barbershop closing down before it happens? I've also wondered about D, the barber who creeped me out. Where is he now? Was there a connection between his strange behavior and what happened? Was he somehow the trigger for whatever weird time glitch I experienced? I find myself looking more carefully at buildings as I pass them now, wondering if I'll see something else out of sync with reality. So far, it hasn't happened again, but I can't shake the feeling that normal life is just a thin veneer over something much stranger. I still drop off packages every morning, but I've permanently changed my route to avoid that empty storefront. I don't want to see what might appear there next, especially if it's something that hasn't actually happened yet. I still can't explain what happened to me last December, and I'm honestly terrified to even write this out. But I need to tell someone who might believe me because my boyfriend thinks I'm losing my mind, and maybe I am. I've read other people's stories about weird glitches in reality, but I never thought something like this would happen to me. It was December 18th, 2023. I remember the date clearly because we'd just finished putting up Christmas decorations the day before, and I was feeling that mix of holiday excitement and new mom exhaustion. My son Ethan was only 8 months old at the time. Any parents reading this know exactly what I'm talking about, that bone-deep tiredness that never fully goes away. That afternoon was nothing special. My boyfriend Matt had left for work around noon for his 12-hour shift at the hospital. He's a nurse. And I was alone with Ethan. Around 2 p.m., Ethan was getting fussy, clearly ready for his afternoon nap. I took him downstairs to the playroom we'd set up on the first floor. It's a small room off the living room that used to be a home office before Ethan came along. I remember laying him down in his playpen, giving him his favorite stuffed elephant, and turning on the little sound machine that plays white noise. He was already half asleep, so I didn't need to rock him or anything. I closed the playroom door halfway, enough that the living room TV wouldn't disturb him, but open enough that I could hear if he cried. I went back to the living room and turned on Netflix. I had been binge-watching The Office for like the 100th time. It's my comfort show, you know? I had a basket of clean laundry sitting on the floor that needed folding, so I started on that while Michael Scott did his thing in the background. I remember feeling so tired. I hadn't slept well the night before because Ethan was teething and kept waking up crying. I finished folding most of the laundry, but then my eyes started getting heavy. The couch looked so inviting. I grabbed the throw blanket from the back of the couch. It's this super soft gray one that Matt's mom gave us last Christmas. And I also grabbed one of the small pillows from Ethan's playpen that I'd washed earlier that day. Before I laid down, I plugged my phone into the charger next to the couch. The outlet is right there by the armrest, and I always charge my phone while Ethan naps because it's the only chance I get most days. I specifically remember checking the battery. It was at 23%, and then setting an alarm for 4 p.m. just in case I fell into a deep sleep. I didn't want Ethan to wake up crying and me not hear him. I wrapped myself in the blanket, put my head on the pillow, and was out almost instantly. The last thing I remember before falling asleep was Jim looking directly at the camera after one of Dwight's crazy comments. When I woke up, it was to the sound of Ethan crying. Not the full-on wailing, but that initial fussy cry when he first wakes up. I felt groggy and disoriented, and I noticed right away that it was dark outside. The living room was only lit by the glow of the TV and the Christmas tree lights in the corner. I reached for my phone to check the time, and it said 6:52 p.m. I was shocked. I'd slept for almost 5 hours. Ethan must have taken an extra long nap too, which never happens. I felt that immediate mom guilt for not checking on him earlier, even though I could hear he was fine, just hungry and probably needing a diaper change. I got up, still wrapped in the blanket because the house was chilly, and walked past our Christmas tree to the playroom. The multicolored lights from the tree reflected in the hallway as I pushed the door open. Ethan was standing in his playpen, holding onto the edge, with that look babies get when they're annoyed, but not fully upset yet. "Hey, buddy," I said, picking him up. He immediately stopped fussing and grabbed at my hair like he always does. His diaper definitely needed changing. I could smell it, so I took him to our bedroom on the first floor. We have a changing table in there that's stocked with diapers and wipes. After changing him, I carried the dirty diaper to the kitchen to throw it away. Ethan was getting fussy again, clearly hungry after his long nap. I decided to make him a bottle before sitting back down. I put him in his high chair with a few Cheerios to keep him occupied while I prepared the formula. When the bottle was ready, I picked Ethan up and headed back to the living room, thinking I'd feed him while finishing the episode I'd been watching. But when I got back to the couch, something felt off immediately. The laundry basket was still there on the floor, with all the folded clothes stacked neatly inside. The TV was still playing The Office. It was the episode where they're doing the fun run for rabies. But my blanket was gone. The pillow I'd been using was gone. And my phone and charger were gone from the outlet. I stood there for a moment, completely confused. Had I moved these things? No, I definitely hadn't. I remembered waking up with the blanket still wrapped around me. I remembered checking my phone for the time. "Did Daddy come home early?" I asked Ethan, as if an 8-month-old could answer me. But I knew Matt wouldn't be home until after 8 p.m. And even if he had somehow come home early, why would he take my blanket, pillow, and phone, but leave the TV on and not say hello? I thought maybe I'd moved the items without really remembering. Sleep deprivation does weird things to your brain. So I started looking around the living room, checking behind the couch and under the coffee table. Nothing. I checked the playroom, thinking maybe I'd absent-mindedly carried them in there when I got Ethan. Nothing there either. I looked in the kitchen, the bathroom, even peeked into our bedroom again. No blanket, no pillow, no phone. By this point, Ethan had finished his bottle and was getting squirmy in my arms. I put him in his activity center in the living room, and he happily started playing with the colorful toys attached to it. I stood in the middle of the room, genuinely confused and starting to feel a little freaked out. I decided to check the front and back doors to make sure they were locked. They were. All the windows were closed and locked too. It was December in Michigan, so this wasn't surprising. There was no way someone had come in and taken just those specific items. Around 8:15 p.m., I heard Matt's car pull into the driveway. I felt relieved. Finally, someone else was here, and maybe he could help me figure out what was going on. I was starting to doubt my own memory and sanity. When Matt walked in, he immediately went to Ethan, picking him up and doing their little greeting ritual they always do. Then he looked at me and must have noticed something was wrong. "You okay?" he asked. "You look pale." I told him what happened, how I'd fallen asleep on the couch with my blanket and pillow, my phone charging beside me, and now all 3 items were missing. I emphasized that I had definitely not moved them myself. Matt looked concerned, but not alarmed. "Are you sure you didn't just move them somewhere and forget? You've been pretty tired lately." "I'm positive," I insisted. "I woke up with the blanket still wrapped around me. I checked my phone for the time right before getting Ethan. I never moved them." Matt suggested we call my phone to locate it. I felt stupid for not thinking of that myself. He pulled out his phone and called mine, and that's when things got truly terrifying. We heard my ringtone, that default iPhone marimba sound, coming from upstairs. We both froze. Matt looked at me. "Did you go upstairs today?" I shook my head. "No, not once. I haven't been upstairs at all." Our upstairs has 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. We use one bedroom as our main bedroom and the other as a guest room, office. Since Ethan was born, we'd been sleeping in the downstairs bedroom to be closer to him at night. Matt handed Ethan to me and said he'd go check upstairs. I followed him to the bottom of the staircase, watching as he went up. I heard him walking around, and then there was a long silence. "Emma," he called down, his voice strange. "You need to come see this." I put Ethan back in his activity center, where I could see him from the stairs, and slowly went up. Matt was standing in the doorway of our bedroom, looking confused. When I reached him and looked inside, I felt like the floor had disappeared beneath me. My gray blanket was neatly laid out on our bed. The small pillow from Ethan's playpen was there too, with a visible dent where a head would have been. and my phone was plugged into the charger on my nightstand, exactly where I always plug it in at night. It looked exactly like I had been sleeping there, but I hadn't been upstairs at all that day. I hadn't been in that bedroom in over 24 hours. "I swear to you," I said to Matt, my voice shaking, "I did not come up here. I fell asleep on the couch downstairs. I woke up on the couch downstairs." Matt looked troubled. "Could you have sleepwalked? With my phone, blanket, and pillow, and then perfectly made the bed and plugged in my phone?" I asked, "and then went back downstairs without any of those things, without remembering any of it?" I walked closer to the bed, feeling a chill run through me. The blanket was arranged exactly how I like it, with the corner folded back. The pillow had a clear indentation from someone's head. My phone showed it was at 82% battery. We went back downstairs, and I pointed to the TV. "Look, the same show is still playing from when I fell asleep. If I'd gone upstairs to nap, why would I leave the TV on down here?" The folded laundry was still beside the couch, untouched. Everything was exactly as I remembered it, except for those 3 missing items that had somehow transported themselves upstairs. I insisted we check the security camera footage. We have a Ring doorbell and a camera in the backyard, but nothing inside the house. The footage showed no one entering or leaving our house all afternoon. Just Matt leaving for work around noon and returning at 8:15. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept going over everything in my mind, trying to find an explanation. Had I sleepwalked? But I've never sleepwalked in my life. Had I blacked out somehow? But why would I take just those specific items upstairs and arrange them so neatly, then return downstairs with no memory of doing so? The only possible explanation I can come up with is that somehow, for those 5 hours, I existed in 2 places at once. My conscious self was asleep on the couch downstairs, while some other version of me was upstairs, sleeping in our bed. When I woke up to Ethan crying, the 2 versions merged back together, but the physical items remained where the other me had been. It's been months now, and I still can't explain what happened. Matt thinks I must have moved everything while half asleep and just don't remember. But I know what happened. I know I never went upstairs that day. I've been afraid to nap on the couch since then. I'm afraid of what might happen, where I might find myself or my things when I wake up. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in mirrors or windows, just at the corner of my eye, and I wonder if it's the other me still out there somewhere in our house, living a parallel life I know nothing about. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Am I going crazy? Because I swear on everything I love, I never went upstairs that day, never. But someone or something that looked like me did. I still can't explain what happened last year, and I'm not sure I want to. Writing this down is hard because part of me wants to forget the whole thing. But the other part needs to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I moved to the outskirts of Weston about 3 years ago into a small apartment complex on Maple Street. It wasn't fancy, but the rent was decent, and I had this great little corner store just a 5-minute walk away. You know the type. Family-owned, slightly overpriced, but worth it because they're open late and the owners know your name after a couple visits. The Martinez family owned it. Mr. Martinez would always chat about the weather while his wife stocked shelves. Their teenage son would sometimes ring me up after school. They had those spinning racks of cheap sunglasses near the register, energy drinks that weren't available at the bigger stores, and this weird chocolate imported from Mexico that I got addicted to. The store had this distinct smell, a mix of coffee, cleaning products, and those hot dogs rolling on those metal heaters all day. The floor tiles were this ugly brown pattern from probably the 80s, and the ceiling had water stains in the corner by the refrigerators. I went there at least twice a week. It was my go-to when I needed milk, beer, or when I was too lazy to drive to the proper grocery store. The bathroom was a lifesaver, too. A single stall with a door that didn't lock properly, so you had to hold it shut with your foot while you peed. Not ideal, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. Last February, I moved to a different apartment about a mile away. Nothing dramatic, just needed more space. Even though I was further away, Martinez's, that's what everyone called it, was still the closest store to me. So I kept going there, just less frequently, maybe once a week instead of my usual twice. Around May, my new roommate Mark mentioned casually over dinner that corner store on Maple had closed down. I remember feeling disappointed but not shocked. Small businesses close all the time, and I figured the pandemic probably hit them hard like everyone else. I meant to drive by and see for myself, but life got busy, and I just started going to the 7-Eleven a bit further away instead. In early July, I was driving past Martinez's on my way to a friend's house when I noticed a bunch of equipment lined up outside. The windows were covered with brown paper, and there were these big industrial dumpsters out front. Men in work clothes were loading what looked like store shelving and refrigeration units into a truck. I remember thinking, damn, they really are gone for good. I felt a pang of guilt for not stopping by more often after I moved. Maybe if they'd had more regulars, they wouldn't have had to close. Then in August 12th to be exact, because it was the day before my sister's birthday, I drove past again. The store was completely gone. Not just closed, demolished. There was nothing but a pile of rubble where the building had stood. Some construction barriers were set up around the site, and a small excavator was pushing debris around. The demolition had revealed a row of buildings behind where the store had been, buildings I'd never noticed before because the store had blocked them from view. I distinctly remember pulling over and just staring at the empty lot for a few minutes. It was jarring to see a familiar landmark completely erased like that. I even took a photo with my phone because it looked so strange. I wanted to send it to my ex, who used to complain about their overpriced beer. The most upsetting part was realizing I'd just lost the nearest public bathroom to my apartment. As someone with a nervous bladder, that was actually a big deal to me. Later that same day, I met up with my friend Chris for drinks. I specifically mentioned the demolition to him because he used to live in that area too. We had this whole conversation about how neighborhoods change and how weird it is to see familiar places disappear. I remember him saying something like, "That's crazy. That store had been there since we were kids." We even reminisced about buying our first cigarettes there when we were underage. Sorry, Mr. Martinez. After that day, I didn't take that route for a while. My work schedule changed, and I was commuting in the opposite direction. For about 2 months, I had no reason to drive down Maple Street. I figured they were probably building something new there, maybe another convenience store, or more likely, some overpriced apartments. Then came October 23rd. I remember the date clearly because it was the weekend before Halloween, and I was out looking for a last-minute costume. On a whim, I decided to take the Maple Street route to check if there was any progress on the construction. What I saw made me slam on my brakes so hard that the car behind me honked and swerved around me. Martinez's was there, not a new building, not a reconstruction, the exact same store. Same faded sign with the red lettering, same metal security bars on the windows, same Coca-Cola advertisement poster in the window that had been there for at least a year. I parked my car haphazardly and just stared. My heart was racing, and I felt slightly dizzy. This wasn't possible. I had seen the rubble. I had taken a photo of it. I had talked to Chris about it. There was no way they could have rebuilt an exact replica in 2 months, down to the worn-out awning and the cigarette disposal container bolted to the wall. I grabbed my phone and frantically searched for the photo I had taken, but I couldn't find it. I scrolled through my entire camera roll 3 times. It wasn't there. I tried to remember if I had deleted it or maybe imagined taking it in the first place, but I was certain I had that photo. I sat in my car for about 10 minutes, trying to process what I was seeing. Finally, I decided to go inside. I needed to confirm this wasn't some elaborate hallucination. The door made that familiar electronic chime when I pushed it open. The smell hit me immediately, the same mixture of coffee and cleaning products, the same ugly brown floor tiles, the same water stains on the ceiling by the refrigerators. Mrs. Martinez was at the register, just like always. "Haven't seen you in a while," she said with her usual friendly smile. My mouth felt dry. "Yeah, I moved a little further away." "Well, good to have you back," she replied, turning to help another customer. I wandered through the aisles in a daze, picking up items and putting them back, not really seeing them. Everything was exactly as it had been. The spinning rack of sunglasses, the Mexican chocolate by the register, the bathroom with the broken lock in the back. I bought a bottle of water I didn't need just to have an interaction at the checkout counter. Mrs. Martinez rang me up like normal, asked if I wanted a receipt like normal. Nothing about her suggested this was anything but a regular day at a store that had never closed, never been demolished. As I was leaving, I almost asked her. I had the words formed in my mind. Wasn't this place demolished a couple months ago? But something stopped me. Fear, maybe. Fear of the answer, whether it was yes or no. I went straight home and called Chris. My hands were shaking as I dialed. "Hey, what's up?" he answered casually. I hesitated, then chickened out. "Nothing, just checking if we're still on for next weekend." We chatted about nothing important, and I hung up without mentioning the store. Over the next few days, I drove by Martinez's multiple times. It was always there, open for business, unchanged. I even went back inside once more, but the normalcy of it all just made me more uneasy. I wanted to ask other people in the neighborhood if they remembered the store being demolished, but what would I say? "Hey, do you remember when that building disappeared and then magically came back?" I'd sound insane. I started questioning my own memories. Had I somehow confused Martinez's with another store? Had I dreamed the whole demolition? But I couldn't have imagined the entire sequence of events. The equipment outside in July, the rubble in August, the conversation with Chris. It was too detailed, too specific. I even drove around the entire area looking for another corner store that might have been the one that was demolished. But there was nothing. No other demolished buildings, no construction sites that matched what I remembered. The worst part was finding myself getting angry. It sounds ridiculous, getting angry at a building for existing. But that's how I felt. This store was making me question my sanity, my memory, my understanding of reality itself. I stopped going to that part of town altogether. I found new routes to everywhere I needed to go. I still haven't worked up the courage to ask Chris if he remembers our conversation about the demolition. Part of me doesn't want to know the answer. If he doesn't remember, then what? Am I losing my mind? And if he does remember, then what the hell is going on? Sometimes I wonder if I should go back to Martinez's and demand answers. But from whom? Mr. and Mrs. Martinez, who would probably think I'm on drugs, the universe. It's been almost a year now, and I still don't have an explanation. The store is still there. I checked last week in a moment of morbid curiosity. Same building, same sign, same everything. I didn't go inside. I don't know what happened last summer. I don't know if I experienced some bizarre glitch in reality or if I'm simply misremembering events. All I know is that I saw that store reduced to rubble, and now it isn't. And that shouldn't be possible. Has anyone else experienced something like this? A building that disappeared and then reappeared? A memory that no one else seems to share? I need to know I'm not alone in this, because the alternative, that I can no longer trust my own perception of reality, is too terrifying to accept. I've worked at Big Bite Burger in Lakeside's commercial district for 2.5 years now. You know the spot, right off I-95 where all those casinos and outlet malls converge. Should be a normal fast food job, right? But there's something deeply wrong with this place that I can't explain, and it's gotten to the point where I'm documenting everything because I'm honestly scared. I started noticing weird patterns about 6 months into the job. At first, I chalked it up to normal traffic flow or coincidence, but now I'm convinced there's something supernatural or just plain wrong happening here. I've talked to coworkers who've noticed it too, but management just dismisses us or changes the subject. The customer patterns are the first thing that got my attention. Fast food should have random customers. That's just statistics, right? But here, they always come in waves of exactly 3 to 5 groups at a time. Never 2, never 6. And the gaps between these waves are unnaturally consistent, like clockwork. When we're dead empty, I can literally count down from 300, and then boom, 3 to 5 cars or groups walk in. Every single time. Solo customers only come during 2 specific windows, before 7 a.m. or if they're one of our regulars. And these regulars, they're bizarre in their own way. There's this one guy, mid-50s, always wears the same blue windbreaker, who comes in every Tuesday and Thursday at 2:17 p.m., not 2:15, not 2:20, always 2:17. He orders the same thing, chicken sandwich, no pickle, large fries, sits at the same table by the window, and leaves exactly 23 minutes later. He's never been a minute early or late in the entire time I've worked here. What really gets under my skin are the groupings of customers. They just don't make sense. Today, for example, we had this elderly white woman, had to be at least 80, driving an expensive SUV with a preteen Asian kid in the passenger seat and some middle-aged black guy in business attire in the back. They weren't talking to each other at all, ordered separately, but left together. This happens all the time. These completely mismatched groups of people who have no apparent connection to each other, but move together like they're magnetically attached. I always try to be friendly. It's literally my job, but the response I get is almost universally cold or openly hostile. People snap at me for no reason, complain about perfectly fine food, or just stare blankly like I'm not even there. It's like they're programmed to be difficult. And it's not just me. Everyone on staff experiences this. But the disappearing customers are what really keep me up at night. It happened again today, which is why I'm writing this all down while it's fresh. Around 2 p.m., a silver Honda pulled up to the drive-through speaker. The woman inside ordered an insanely complicated meal, 5 different customized burgers, 3 different sides with specific modifications, and 4 different drinks. I remember thinking, great, this is going to be a nightmare to put together. I took the order, gave her the total, $47.82, and told her to pull forward to the window. She never showed up. Our drive-through is a single lane with concrete curbs on both sides, a chain-link fence on the outer edge, and it curves in a way that makes it impossible to exit once you've passed the ordering station. We have cameras covering every inch of that drive-through. I checked the footage immediately. The Honda pulls away from the speaker and just vanishes before reaching the first window. No turn signals, no backing up, which would be impossible anyway. Just gone. This has happened at least once a month since I started working here. My manager Mike just shrugs it off, saying, maybe they changed their mind. But there's nowhere for them to go. The cameras don't show anything unusual. The car just isn't there in one frame when it should be. What's even more disturbing is how customer behavior seems targeted to specific employees. Mike, our night manager, has serious anger issues. The second, and I mean the literal second, he clocks in, the restaurant fills with the most difficult confrontational customers you can imagine. They'll demand items we don't carry, claim their food is cold when it's straight from the fryer, or just be openly hostile. But when Jen's managing, she's into crystals and meditation and all that, we get the nicest people, or sometimes no customers at all for long stretches. 3 weeks ago, I got a call from my mom right before my shift about my grandfather being in the hospital. I was obviously upset but tried to hold it together at work. Within 10 minutes of me starting my shift, we had a line out the door, and every single customer was demanding and rude. One woman threw her drink at me because there was too much ice. Another guy kept insisting we were shorting him fries when I had literally filled the container myself. This continued for my entire 8-hour shift without a break. The second my replacement came in, a guy who was in a great mood because he'd just gotten engaged, the restaurant emptied out completely. It's like the restaurant feeds off negative energy. The worse we feel, the more customers appear, and the nastier they are. But the incident that convinced me something truly supernatural is happening occurred about 4 months ago. My boyfriend Ryan was covering a late-night drive-through shift. Around 1 a.m., a woman in a white Mazda ordered a number 9 medium combo meal. Ryan confirmed the order and told her to pull around. 30 seconds later, before the first car had even reached the window, the speaker activated again, and what sounded like the exact same woman's voice ordered a number 9 small combo. Ryan was confused, but took the order, assuming maybe she'd changed her mind and was calling through the speaker again. When the white Mazda pulled up to the window, Ryan told the woman he had both orders ready. She looked completely confused and insisted she only ordered once, the medium combo. As Ryan was explaining the situation, another white Mazda, identical to the first, pulled up behind her in the drive-through lane. The woman at the window physically turned around, saw her own car with what looked like herself driving it, and just froze. Ryan said he'll never forget the look of terror on her face. She threw money at him, grabbed her food, and sped off without her change. The second Mazda pulled up, and it was the same woman, or someone identical to her, who acted like nothing unusual had happened and collected the small combo. Ryan quit the next day. He refuses to even drive past our restaurant now. I've started keeping a journal of these occurrences and noticed another pattern. The days when customer behavior is at its most bizarre seem to correlate with disruptions in the Schumann resonance, the Earth's electromagnetic field frequency. I know that sounds crazy, but I've been tracking it on this website that monitors it in real time, and the correlation is undeniable. Days when the frequency spikes above 7.83 hertz are when we get the most vanishing customers and mismatched groups. The franchise management knows something's up. I'm convinced of it. They've installed weird equipment in the ceiling tiles that they claim is for ventilation, but when I asked the maintenance guy about it, he acted super sketchy and wouldn't make eye contact. These devices make a low humming sound that gives me headaches if I work more than 6 hours. They're also deliberately creating difficult working conditions. We're chronically understaffed. The scheduling is designed to maximize conflicts between employees, and they've implemented a new efficiency metrics system that's impossible to satisfy. It's like they want us stressed and miserable. Today was the worst day yet. I opened at 5 a.m., and for the first hour, everything was normal. Then, at exactly 6:17 a.m., 3 cars pulled into the drive-thru simultaneously. All 3 drivers were middle-aged men wearing white dress shirts. All 3 ordered black coffee, nothing else. All 3 had the exact same voice. When they pulled around to pay, they each handed me a $5 bill with the same serial number. I checked and rechecked, identical serial numbers on 3 different bills. That's literally impossible. When I pointed this out to my coworker, the bills in the register had different serial numbers. I swear I'm not making this up. At 11:42 a.m., a family of 4 came in. 2 parents, 2 children, around 10, 12 years old. They ordered, sat down, ate their meal in complete silence without ever looking at their food, and left all their trash on the table when they departed. As I was cleaning up after them, I realized none of the food had been eaten. They had just moved it around to make it look consumed. The burger patties had teeth marks in them, but the marks didn't break the surface, like someone had pressed dentures into them. The worst part of my day happened around 3 p.m. A woman walked in alone, breaking the pattern I mentioned earlier. Solo customers don't come during midday unless they're regulars, and she wasn't. She was maybe in her 60s, completely normal looking, wearing a floral blouse. She didn't order anything but walked straight to the condiment station, filled a cup with ketchup, and then just stood in the corner staring at me for 47 minutes. I know exactly how long because I timed it. She didn't move, blink, or respond when my manager asked if she needed help. At exactly 3:47 p.m., she set down the ketchup cup and walked out. My manager checked the cup afterward. It wasn't ketchup. It was something that looked like ketchup but smelled like copper and was warm to the touch. My manager threw it away and told me not to mention it to anyone. I'm writing this all down because I don't know what to do anymore. I can't quit. Believe me, I've tried. Every time I attempt to put in my notice, something happens to make it impossible. Last time, my car broke down and needed repairs that cost exactly what I would make in 2 weeks at this job. The time before that, my landlord suddenly raised my rent by the exact amount that would make it impossible to survive without this specific job. It's like the restaurant has some kind of hold on me, on all of us who work here. Even as I type this, I feel something watching me through my apartment window, even though I'm on the 3rd floor. I don't know what's happening at Big Bite Burger, but it's not normal, and I'm afraid I'll never get away from it. The restaurant is feeding off something in us, our fear, our frustration, our negative energy, and I think whatever is controlling it is getting stronger. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any idea what I might be dealing with, please let me know. I feel like I'm going crazy, but these things are happening. They're real, and I don't know how much longer I can take it. I'm still trying to process what happened to me last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for some logical explanation, but I keep coming up empty. I finally decided to write it all down, hoping that maybe someone out there has experienced something similar, or can help me make sense of it. It was a Tuesday afternoon in downtown LA. Nothing special about the day. Sunny, mid-70s, typical perfect Southern California weather. I had met up with my friend Ethan for lunch at this new Thai place that had just opened near his office. We both work in the same area but for different companies. I'm in marketing, he's in tech. We've been friends since college, so we try to meet up for lunch when our schedules align. After lunch, I remembered I had left some important paperwork at home that I needed for a meeting later that afternoon. I had texted Ethan earlier asking if he could swing by my place to pick it up on his way to lunch. He lives about 3 blocks from my apartment. He brought the folder, but we got so caught up talking about his new relationship drama that I forgot to grab it from him until we were already paying the bill. I should probably put this in my car now before I forget again, I said, patting my bag where I'd stashed the folder. My car was parked about 2 blocks away on Wilshire. It wasn't far, and Ethan offered to walk with me since he had a few minutes before needing to head back to work. This is where things get weird. I can recall every single detail of what happened next with perfect clarity, which makes it all the more unsettling. We were walking down the sidewalk, past all the usual storefronts, the CVS on the corner, that overpriced boutique that somehow stays in business, the UPS store. And then we passed this cafe. God, I remember it so vividly. It was called Copper and Bloom. One of those trendy places with copper accents everywhere and plants hanging from the ceiling. It had a gorgeous outdoor seating area with about 8 or 9 tables, all occupied with people chatting, working on laptops, eating lunch. The tables had these beautiful mosaic tops and fancy metal chairs with plush cushions. There was a line of people waiting inside. I could see them through the glass door. 2 baristas were working behind the counter, and a guy in a blue apron was delivering food to one of the outdoor tables. The smell of coffee and fresh pastries wafted out as someone opened the door. It looked amazing, and I specifically remember thinking I should try it sometime soon. "That place looks nice," I said to Ethan as we walked past. We continued to my car, which was literally just half a block further down on the same side of the street. I unlocked it, tossed the folder onto the passenger seat, and closed the door again. The whole detour took maybe 45 seconds at most. "Thanks for bringing that stuff," I said to Ethan as we turned to head back the exact same way we had come. And this is where reality just broke. We walked back along the same sidewalk, past the same stores, but when we approached where Copper and Bloom should have been, I almost tripped over my own feet. The cafe was completely empty, not just empty of people, empty of everything. The outdoor seating area was gone, no tables, no chairs, nothing. The windows were dark inside, and there was just a single employee, a young guy with dark hair, wiping down a counter in the dim interior. The sign was still there, but it looked different somehow, like it had been there for years. The glass door had a closed sign hanging on it. The whole place had this abandoned feel, like it hadn't been open for business in months. I literally stopped in my tracks. My heart started racing, and I felt this cold wave of confusion wash over me. I blinked hard, thinking maybe I was hallucinating or something, but the empty cafe remained. "What the hell?" I muttered, staring at the space. Ethan stopped beside me. "What's wrong?" I pointed at the cafe. This place, it was packed like 60 seconds ago. There were people sitting outside, a line inside. It was bustling. Ethan frowned and looked at the darkened storefront. "This place? I don't think it was open when we walked by earlier." "What? No, it definitely was. There were people eating at those mosaic tables, and the smell of coffee." I trailed off, realizing there were no mosaic tables to point to. Ethan shrugged. Honestly, Jess, I didn't even notice this cafe when we walked by the first time. Are you sure it wasn't further down? But I was sure. I was absolutely, completely certain. We had passed it not even 2 minutes ago. There was no way I had imagined an entire bustling cafe complete with smells, sounds, and details like the color of a server's apron. I'm not crazy, I insisted, my voice shaking slightly. This is the exact same place. It was open and full of people less than 2 minutes ago. Ethan looked concerned now. Maybe you're thinking of yesterday, or another cafe nearby? I shook my head, feeling increasingly disturbed. No, this exact spot, Copper and Bloom. It was right here, and it was definitely open. Reluctantly, I started walking again, but I kept looking back over my shoulder at the darkened cafe. Ethan checked his watch and said he needed to get back to work, but he seemed worried about me. You okay? You look really pale, he said. I'm fine, I lied. Just confused, I guess. We parted ways at the corner, and I headed back to my office, but I couldn't concentrate for the rest of the day. The image of that vibrant cafe versus the abandoned one kept flashing in my mind, like some sort of bizarre before and after photo. After work, I went back to the cafe, half expecting it to be bustling again. It wasn't. The same closed sign hung on the door, but this time no one was inside at all. I cupped my hands around my eyes and peered through the glass. The interior looked like it hadn't been updated in years, nothing like the trendy decor I'd seen earlier. I tried searching for Copper and Bloom LA on my phone. The cafe did exist, but the Yelp page showed it had permanently closed 3 months ago due to rising rent costs. The photos didn't match what I had seen at all. The decor in the pictures was outdated, nothing like the modern plant-filled space I'd observed. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with figuring out what had happened. I asked Ethan again if he remembered seeing the cafe open when we first walked by, and he maintained that he hadn't noticed it at all. I even tried asking the businesses on either side if the cafe ever reopened for special events or pop-ups, but they looked at me like I was crazy. That place has been shut down since spring, said the guy at the cell phone repair shop next door. Owner couldn't make rent. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd lie awake at night trying to make sense of what I saw. Had I hallucinated the entire thing? Was I having some kind of stroke or neurological event that made me see things that weren't there? But it had felt so real. The people, the sounds, the smells. I could describe in detail what people were wearing, what they were eating, the exact layout of the tables. About a week after the incident, I was scrolling through Instagram when I nearly dropped my phone. Someone I follow had posted a photo of themselves sitting at a cafe with a mosaic table. I immediately recognized it as one of the tables I'd seen outside Copper and Bloom. I frantically checked the location tag. It was someplace called Morning Light Cafe in Seattle, not even in the same city. That's when I started to consider a possibility that made my skin crawl. What if, for just a brief moment, I had somehow slipped between realities? What if, in the 60 seconds it took to walk to my car and back, I had crossed from one version of the world to another? A version where Copper and Bloom had failed and closed instead of thriving. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. I've never been into sci-fi or parallel universe theories. I'm a pretty practical person. I pay my taxes on time and meal prep on Sundays. I don't read horoscopes or believe in ghosts. But I cannot explain what happened that day. I've tried retracing our steps countless times. I've walked past that storefront at different times of day, hoping to catch a glimpse of the alternate version I saw. Nothing. always the same empty, closed-down cafe. I've started noticing other small inconsistencies, too. A restaurant I could have sworn was on the corner of 7th and Broadway is now on 8th. A co-worker's hair is longer than I remember it being last week. My favorite bakery changed their logo, but everyone acts like it's been that way forever. Am I losing my mind, or did I actually experience some kind of reality shift? The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just what happened with the cafe, it's the implications. If reality isn't fixed, if I can slip from one version to another without even realizing it, what else might change around me? What if next time it's something bigger? What if I come home one day and my apartment is someone else's? Or my parents don't recognize me, or Ethan doesn't exist? I haven't told anyone else about this. I know what it sounds like, but I know what I saw. That cafe was open, full of life, and then suddenly it wasn't, all within the span of a minute. There's no logical explanation for it. I've been carrying a notebook with me everywhere, writing down details of my daily life, the names of stores in my neighborhood, the color of my neighbor's door, the exact wording of the sign at my local park. I check these details regularly, looking for inconsistencies, for any sign that I've slipped again. Sometimes I wonder if there's another version of me out there, in the reality where Copper and Bloom is still open, who experienced the opposite shift. Did she walk past an empty, closed cafe, only to find it bustling with life on her return trip? Is she just as confused and terrified as I am? I don't know if I'll ever figure out what happened that day. Maybe it was a one-time glitch in reality. Maybe I really did hallucinate the whole thing, though that seems less and less likely the more I think about it. All I know is that I can't look at the world the same way anymore. Every time I walk down a street, I wonder if things will be different when I walk back. Every time I close my eyes, I wonder if I'll open them to find subtle changes in my surroundings. Reality feels fragile now, like tissue paper that could tear at any moment, and I'm terrified of what might be on the other side. I'm still shaking as I type this. I know how it sounds, like I'm making this up or just being careless with my stuff, but I swear I'm not. Something weird is happening in my apartment, and it's getting worse. I live in Portland, Maine, in this small one-bedroom apartment that I've been renting for about 2 years now. It's nothing special, but it's mine, you know? I keep it super clean. I'm kind of a neat freak that way. My bedroom has this beige carpet that I vacuum like twice a week. There's not a lot of furniture, just my bed, a nightstand, a dresser, and my desk where I work and eat sometimes. So, yesterday evening, I was sitting at my desk, eating a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios while watching YouTube videos. Normal stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. I always use this specific spoon for cereal. It's got this slightly deeper bowl part than my other spoons, and I don't know. I just like it better for cereal. My mom gave me a set when I moved out, but this one's my favorite. I finished eating around 9:30 p.m. and placed the empty bowl and spoon at the back of my desk, right next to my monitor, like I always do. I was planning to take it to the kitchen later. The desk isn't huge, maybe 4 feet wide, so the bowl was sitting maybe 8 inches from the wall. I kept watching videos for another 15-20 minutes. That's when I stretched my legs and accidentally kicked the desk leg pretty hard. It wasn't enough to move the desk, but the impact made the bowl and spoon slide off the back edge. I heard them fall behind the desk, that distinctive sound of metal hitting ceramic, and then both hitting the floor. The sound was clear as day. Clink, then a dull thud as they landed on the carpet. I remember sighing because I didn't want to deal with picking them up right then. My desk is pretty heavy and sits flush against the wall, so getting stuff from behind it is annoying. But I didn't want milk residue on my carpet, so I pushed my chair back, got down on my hands and knees, and looked behind the desk. I could see the bowl right away. It had landed upside down, just like I expected from the sound. I reached my arm back there. It's a tight fit, but I could just barely reach, and grabbed the bowl. But when I pulled it out, there was no spoon. I figured the spoon must have landed under the bowl, but when I checked, there was nothing there. I thought maybe the spoon had bounced or slid somewhere else, so I got my phone flashlight and looked more carefully. Nothing. I moved the desk away from the wall. It took some effort since it's heavy, but the spoon wasn't there either. I got down on my stomach to check under the dresser nearby. Nothing. I checked under the bed, in the corners of the room, everywhere. The spoon had completely vanished. This is where it gets really weird. My bedroom is small, maybe 12 by 14 feet. The carpet is low pile, so there's nowhere for a spoon to hide. There are no holes, tears, or gaps in the floor or walls. My furniture sits almost flush with the floor. There's maybe a 1/4-inch gap under the dresser and bed frame. Definitely not enough space for a spoon to slide under. I even checked the bowl again to make sure the spoon hadn't somehow stayed inside it, even though I knew that was impossible. I spent over an hour looking for that spoon. I moved every piece of furniture, checked all my pockets, looked in places that made no logical sense, like inside my pillowcases and under the mattress. I even checked the kitchen, thinking maybe I'd absent-mindedly taken it there earlier, even though I knew I hadn't. The spoon was just gone, like it had never existed. That's when the sick feeling hit my stomach, because this isn't the first time something like this has happened. About 3 months ago, I was lying in bed reading on my phone. My water bottle was on the nightstand, one of those metal insulated ones with the screw-top lid. I reached for it without looking, accidentally knocked it off, and heard it hit the floor with a distinct metallic thud. When I leaned over to pick it up, it wasn't there. I got up, turned on the lights, and searched the entire bedroom. It was never found. At the time, I convinced myself I must have moved it earlier and just thought it was on the nightstand. Memory is weird, right? But I distinctly remember hearing it fall. Then about a month ago, I was changing shirts after work. I took a $20 bill out of my pocket and placed it on the dresser. I turned away for literally seconds to grab a t-shirt from the drawer, and when I turned back, the money was gone. I emptied every pocket, checked the floor, looked under the dresser. Nothing. And now the spoon. 3 items, just vanishing into thin air in a small, clean room with nowhere for them to go. I've tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe I'm sleepwalking and moving things, but I've never had any history of that, and I'm a super light sleeper. Could someone be breaking in and stealing random objects? That seems even more far-fetched. Plus, why take a used cereal spoon and leave my laptop and other valuables? I've even wondered if I'm experiencing some kind of memory issue or weird psychological thing. But I'm 28, healthy, no history of mental health problems. And the thing is, I heard the spoon and bowl fall. I found the bowl exactly where it should have been. Only the spoon was missing. After searching for over an hour last night, I gave up and tried to go to sleep. I couldn't. I kept thinking about the spoon, the water bottle, the $20. What connects them? What makes these specific items disappear? Is there some pattern I'm missing? I laid in bed staring at the ceiling with this cold feeling spreading through my chest. What if whatever's happening is getting worse? What if larger things start disappearing? My phone, my laptop, my cat if I had one? Around 3 a.m., I got up and searched the entire apartment again. Every drawer, cupboard, corner. I even checked inside the refrigerator and microwave. No spoon. This morning I got down on my hands and knees and examined the carpet behind my desk inch by inch. I was looking for any sign of a tear, a hole, anything that could explain where these things are going. The carpet is perfect, intact. No secret trapdoors, no tears in the fabric of reality that I can see. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone told me this story, I'd assume they were careless, forgetful, or making it up. But I know what I experienced. I heard that spoon fall. I found the bowl right where it should have been. The spoon should have been there too. And now it's gone, just like my water bottle and my $20. I'm starting to question everything. Do objects sometimes just cease to exist? Is there some kind of dimensional portal in my bedroom? Am I experiencing glitches in reality? I've been reading about quantum physics theories about matter potentially phasing between dimensions, but I never thought I'd be considering such things in relation to my cereal spoon. The truly terrifying part isn't just that things are disappearing. It's the implications. If solid objects can vanish from a closed system, what does that say about the fundamental rules of our reality? What else that I take for granted could suddenly stop being true? I've started taking photos of my room, documenting where everything is. I'm keeping a journal of anything unusual. I'm even considering setting up a camera, though I'm not sure I want to see what it might capture. For now, I'm sitting at my desk, the same desk my spoon fell behind just 18 hours ago, trying to make sense of what's happening. I keep catching myself staring at objects around me, wondering if they'll be the next to vanish. My keys, my wallet, my phone. I haven't told anyone else about this yet. How do you even start that conversation? Hey, so physical objects are randomly disappearing from my apartment, defying the laws of physics. What do you think that means? I'd sound crazy, but I know what I experienced. Something took my spoon, and my water bottle, and my $20. Some force or phenomenon that I can't explain or understand is removing objects from my reality. And the question that keeps me up at night: what happens if that force decides it wants more than just small objects? What happens if it decides it wants me? So that's where I am now, confused, scared, and questioning my sanity and the nature of reality because of a missing cereal spoon. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I alone in this? Any theories or explanations would be welcome, because right now I'm at a complete loss. I've been trying to make sense of what happened in my apartment 3 nights ago, and honestly, I still can't. I'm not someone who believes in paranormal stuff. I've always been pretty grounded. I work in biotech, I believe in science, and I typically find logical explanations for weird things. But what happened that night has completely thrown me. It was last Thursday, during that ridiculous heat wave we had in Boston. Our AC was struggling to keep up, and the humidity was making everything feel sticky and gross. My boyfriend Nathan and I live in this small one-bedroom in Alston. Nothing fancy, just a regular apartment in a converted triple-decker, probably built in the 1920s. That night, we were both exhausted. I'd worked late at the lab, and Nathan had been dealing with a software emergency at his job. We finally collapsed into bed around 11:30 p.m. We have this routine where we listen to podcasts to fall asleep, usually some science thing or sometimes true crime, which probably didn't help with what happened later. We had set up the podcast to screencast to our TV, but we turned the screen off, so just the audio was playing. The room was completely dark. We have blackout curtains because the street light outside our window is ridiculously bright, and both our phones were powered down. Nathan's was on the nightstand with his keys resting on top of it, and mine was... well, that's what started everything. I remember rolling over about 20 minutes into the podcast. It was that one about the history of antibiotics, and I realized I couldn't feel my phone anywhere. I usually keep it under my pillow, which I know is a bad habit, but I couldn't find it there. I started feeling around in the sheets, getting a little frustrated because I wanted to check the time. "I can't find my stupid phone," I mumbled, patting around under the covers. The sheets were all twisted from the heat. We were just using this light comforter because it was so hot, but it was still dark enough that I couldn't see anything under it. That's when it happened. As I was searching around, suddenly there was this beam of light shining directly under the covers where I was looking. It was concentrated like a flashlight beam, not diffuse like when light seeps through fabric. It was illuminating exactly the area where I was searching, as if someone was deliberately helping me look. The light lasted maybe 2 seconds. It was steady, not flickering, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere behind my shoulder, aimed perfectly to help me see under the covers. In that moment, I just assumed Nathan had grabbed his phone to help me out. "Thanks," I said, still moving the covers around to look deeper toward the foot of the bed. But the light disappeared as soon as I shifted the comforter. "For what?" Nathan asked. He sounded genuinely confused. "For the flashlight. Can you shine it again? I still can't find my phone." There was this pause. I can still feel how heavy that silence was. "Liv, I didn't use a flashlight," he said slowly. "My phone's still on the nightstand with my keys on top of it." I felt this immediate chill go through me. You know that feeling when something is just fundamentally wrong? It was like that. My brain kept trying to process what he'd said. But I just saw a light, like a flashlight beam. It was shining right where I was looking. My voice sounded weird, even to me. "I haven't moved," Nathan said. "Here, let me actually turn on my flashlight now." I heard the jingle of his keys as he picked them up and grabbed his phone. The familiar blue glow of his screen lit up his face, and then he turned on his phone's flashlight. The room flooded with light, way brighter and more diffuse than what I'd seen seconds earlier. My stomach dropped when I saw that he was telling the truth. He clearly hadn't moved from his side of the bed. The keys had been undisturbed on top of his phone until just now. There's no way he could have used his phone as a light source without me hearing those keys jingle. "Maybe it was your phone," he suggested, scanning the bed with his light. "Maybe the screen lit up from a notification or something?" We found my phone wedged between the mattress and the wall, completely covered by the fitted sheet. The screen was dark, and when I pressed the power button, I saw it was at 2% battery, basically dead. There's no way it could have produced the focused beam of light I saw, and even if it somehow did, it was in completely the wrong position. The light I saw came from behind me, not from where the phone was. Nathan got up and turned on the bedroom light. I could see his face was pale. Nathan is the most skeptical person I know. He works in software engineering and always has a logical explanation for everything. I've never seen him spooked before. "Maybe it came from outside," he suggested, but his voice had that forced calmness that told me he didn't believe that. We checked the window. The blinds were completely closed, the blackout curtains drawn. Even if they weren't, our window faces an alley, and the nearest streetlight wouldn't create a focused beam like what I saw. Plus, the light appeared under the covers, directly illuminating where I was searching. It wasn't ambient light somehow getting in, This was a directed, purposeful light source. We spent the next hour trying to recreate what happened. Nathan tried using his phone's flashlight from different angles. We checked if maybe the TV had somehow turned on briefly. It hadn't, and anyway, it wouldn't create a focused beam. We even wondered if maybe our upstairs neighbor had somehow shined a light through the floor, which is ridiculous because we have solid hardwood floors and a ceiling between us. Nothing explained what we'd experienced. The light had been real. We both acknowledged that. It wasn't my imagination. It had physically illuminated the area under the covers, focused and deliberate for about 2 seconds. "Let's Google this," Nathan finally said. "That's his solution to everything." We sat up in bed with the lights on, scrolling through search results for unexplained light source in house and focused light appearing out of nowhere. Most of what we found was either paranormal stuff or people who eventually discovered their neighbors were messing with them using laser pointers. But nobody was pointing lasers into our second-floor bedroom through closed blackout curtains. Nathan found something about ball lightning. Apparently it's this rare atmospheric phenomenon where a glowing orb of light can appear indoors during storms. But there was no storm that night, just disgusting humidity. And ball lightning is supposed to have this distinctive ozone smell afterwards, which we didn't notice. Around 2 a.m., we finally decided to try to go back to sleep with the bedside lamp still on. Neither of us wanted to be in the dark anymore. I kept staring at the ceiling, replaying what had happened. The thing that keeps bothering me is how helpful the light was. It wasn't random. It appeared exactly where I was searching, at exactly the right moment, as if responding to my frustration. It was so deliberate that I automatically thanked the source, assuming it was Nathan. The next morning, with sunlight streaming through the windows, we tried to laugh it off. "Maybe we have a helpful ghost," I joked, but neither of us found it funny. For the past 3 nights, we've slept with a nightlight plugged in. Nathan won't admit it's because of what happened, claiming it's so we don't trip if we need to get up. But I know better. I've caught him staring at that corner of the room, the one behind my shoulder where the light seemed to originate from. I'm not religious or spiritual. I don't believe in ghosts. But I know what I saw, and so does Nathan. Something produced a focused beam of light in our bedroom, something that wasn't either of our phones, wasn't coming from outside, and wasn't any device we own. Last night, as we were getting ready for bed, Nathan finally said what we've both been thinking. What if it comes back? And what if it's not just light next time? I don't have an answer for that. All I know is that whatever was in our bedroom that night seemed to want to help me. But that doesn't make it any less terrifying that something was there at all. Something we can't explain, can't identify, and have no way of understanding. I keep thinking about how technology sometimes malfunctions in weird ways. How sometimes phones do strange things, or how electronics can behave unpredictably. I'm trying to convince myself it was just some bizarre technical glitch, maybe something to do with static electricity in the dry air from our AC. But deep down, I know better. The light came from somewhere. It was real, physical, and it illuminated the darkness for those brief seconds. And whatever caused it, I can't shake the feeling that it was aware of what I needed in that moment. I haven't told anyone else about this. My coworkers would think I'm having some kind of breakdown from working too much. My family lives on the West Coast and would just worry. So I'm writing this here, hoping someone else has experienced something similar and might have answers. Has anyone else ever encountered an unexplained light source in their home? Something that couldn't possibly be explained by normal means? I need to make sense of this before I drive myself crazy thinking about it. And yes, we've checked the carbon monoxide detector. It's working fine. This wasn't a hallucination. 2 people experienced it, and we were both fully awake and alert. Whatever was in our bedroom that night, whatever produced that focused, helpful beam of light, I just hope it was passing through, because the alternative, that it's still here, watching us, waiting to make itself known again, is too unsettling to consider. Every time I reach for something in the dark now, I hesitate, part of me afraid that helpful light might appear again, and part of me afraid that it won't. I've been struggling with whether to share this for a long time. It happened about 3 years ago, and to this day I can't explain it. I know what I saw, but I also know it shouldn't have been possible. My husband Craig thinks I just spaced out or something, but I was wide awake and completely alert when it happened. We were living in this tiny rental house in Millbrook back then. It's this small coastal town where nothing ever happens. Our place was this old, kinda run-down cottage, probably built in the 1940s or something. The layout was super simple. You walked in through the front door into our small living room, and at the back was this short hallway. When you stood in the hallway, there were 2 doorways facing each other. Left went to our bedroom, right went to the kitchen. Straight ahead at the end of the hall was the bathroom. That's it. Tiny place, especially with a toddler and a cat. Speaking of our cat, Midnight was this pitch-black rescue we'd had for about 4 years. Nothing special about him other than being the typical weird cat that all cat people know and love. He did his own thing, slept all day, occasionally brought us gifts from outside, and demanded food at 5 a.m. every single morning, without fail. That evening started like any other. It was fall, so it was getting dark earlier. I remember it was around 7 p.m., and I had just put our daughter Emma down for the night. She was about 18 months old at the time and into everything, which is why we had those annoying baby gates set up all over the house. I was lying on the living room carpet, just relaxing for a minute. From where I was, I had a clear view down the hallway. Craig was in the bathroom taking a shower, and I could hear the water running. I remember I was lying there specifically to watch the hallway because I wasn't sure if we had put the baby gate up to block the kitchen, and Emma had this new habit of waking up and wandering around. The kitchen had all sorts of things she could get into, so I was being paranoid. As I was lying there, I saw Midnight walk out of our bedroom doorway on the left. He just casually strolled across the hall and went into the kitchen on the right. Nothing unusual about that. He was probably heading to his food bowl. I remember noticing his tail was up in that happy cat position as he walked. I didn't think anything of it. I stayed where I was, just scrolling through my phone. I called out to Craig through the bathroom door, asking him what he wanted for dinner, since we hadn't eaten yet. He said something about maybe ordering pizza, and I remember responding that we had ordered pizza 2 nights ago, and that's when it happened. I was still looking down the hallway, waiting for Craig to respond, when Midnight walked out of our bedroom door again. Same casual walk, same raised tail, same everything, crossing from the bedroom doorway to the kitchen doorway in exactly the same way he had done just seconds before. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I had just seen. I'd been staring right at that hallway the entire time, without looking away for even a second. There was absolutely no way Midnight could have gone into the kitchen, turned around, gone back to the bedroom without me seeing him, and then walked across the hallway again. It was physically impossible. The timeline was way too short, maybe 5 seconds between the first crossing and the second. I immediately jumped up and went to the kitchen. Midnight was just sitting there by his food bowl, looking at me like I was the weird one. I checked our bedroom. Empty. I checked under the bed, in the closet, nowhere else he could have been hiding. There was only one midnight. There had always only been one midnight. "Craig," I called out, my voice probably sounding panicked. "Did you see midnight just now?" "What? No, I'm in the shower," he called back through the door. I stood there in our hallway, trying to figure out what had just happened. Our old house had these ancient windows, most of which were painted shut over the years. The only one that actually opened was in the living room. There was absolutely no way midnight could have run out a window, circled the house, and come back in within 5 seconds. It was impossible. I sat down on the edge of our bed, feeling weirdly nauseous. I know what I saw. I was completely awake, sober, alert, whatever you want to call it. I saw our cat walk across the hallway twice, doing the exact same motion, with no possible way for him to have completed a loop in that time. When Craig got out of the shower, I tried explaining what happened. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You probably just zoned out for a minute and saw him twice," he said, toweling his hair. "No, I was fully conscious the whole time. I was talking to you through the door when it happened," I insisted. Maybe there was another black cat that got in somehow, in our sealed-up house, and looked identical to midnight, and then disappeared without a trace? I was getting frustrated that he wasn't taking this seriously. I spent the rest of that night feeling unsettled. I kept watching midnight, half expecting him to duplicate himself again or do something else impossible. He just did normal cat things, groomed himself, played with a toy mouse, slept on the couch. Just one normal cat. The next day I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I did zone out. Maybe I fell asleep for a second without realizing it and dreamed the second crossing. Maybe I had some kind of mini-stroke or seizure that made me see the same thing twice. I even Googled temporal lobe seizures because I read somewhere those can cause weird perception issues. But I know what I saw. I was completely present in that moment, talking to Craig, watching the hallway. There were 2 instances of midnight crossing that hallway within seconds of each other, and it was physically impossible. I started reading about quantum physics, parallel universes, and glitches in reality. I know how crazy that sounds. I was never into that stuff before. I'm a dental hygienist, for crying out loud. My life revolves around telling people to floss more. I don't typically spend my free time contemplating tears in the space-time continuum, but what other explanation could there be? For a brief moment, did I see the same cat from 2 different timelines? Was there a momentary overlap of realities where 2 versions of midnight existed in the same space? Or did time itself hiccup, replaying the same few seconds right before my eyes? After a few weeks of obsessing over it, I tried to let it go. Craig got tired of hearing about it. My mom suggested I was just tired from taking care of a toddler. My sister thought maybe our house was haunted, and I saw a ghost cat along with the real one. None of these explanations satisfied me, but I stopped bringing it up because people clearly thought I was losing it. What bothers me the most is that I'll probably never know what actually happened. Was it a one-time glitch in reality, a hallucination, something else entirely? I've never experienced anything like it before or since. Midnight lived another 2 years before passing away from kidney disease. Still miss that furry little guy, and he never duplicated himself again, at least not that I saw. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I know how it sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were confused or making it up. But I know what I saw. For those few seconds, the rules of physical reality broke down in our tiny hallway, in our unremarkable house in our quiet coastal town. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I still think about it. What does it mean about the world we live in? Are there cracks in reality that we occasionally glimpse through? Do parallel timelines sometimes brush against each other? Or is the human brain just really good at tricking itself? I don't have a satisfying conclusion to this story. There was no big revelation, no explanation that suddenly made sense of everything. Just an ordinary evening when something impossible happened, and then life went on as normal. We moved out of that house about a year later for unrelated reasons, and nothing strange ever happened in our new place. But sometimes when I see a black cat crossing the street, I catch myself waiting to see if it crosses a second time. So far, it never has. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day. I've spent 3 years turning it over in my mind, trying to convince myself there was some logical explanation, but there just wasn't. I've never told many people because it sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened back in 2020 when my husband Marcus and I were renting this tiny little house in Bridgewater. It's a university town, nothing special, just quiet neighborhoods with a mix of professors, students, and townies. Our place was this ancient one-story rental with creaky floors and windows that had been painted shut decades ago. The layout was super simple, a small living room connected to a hallway, with our bedroom door on the left side of the hall, kitchen door on the right, and bathroom straight ahead at the end. We'd just had our son Oliver the year before, so we were in full-on paranoid parent mode. We had one of those pressure-mounted baby gates separating the living room from the hallway because Oliver had just started walking and was into everything. The gate wasn't installed perfectly. The walls were uneven, so I was constantly checking it to make sure it was secure. That particular evening, it was a Tuesday in November, I remember because Marcus had a late faculty meeting and had just gotten home around 7:30. It was already dark outside, and I was lying on the living room floor playing with Oliver while Marcus took a shower. The TV was on low volume playing some Netflix show I wasn't really watching. Oliver had just gone down for the night in his crib in our bedroom. I'd been lying there for maybe 20 minutes, half watching TV, while occasionally glancing at the baby gate. The house was warm, almost too warm because the heating in that place was ancient and had 2 settings, off or sauna. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt despite it being November. Our cat Midnight, yeah, I know, super original name for a black cat, was wandering around like she always did in the evenings. She was this medium-sized black cat with green eyes that we'd adopted from the shelter a couple years earlier. Super standard cat, nothing weird or special about her. I remember checking my phone, seeing it was 8:17 p.m., then looking up to see Midnight walk out from our bedroom doorway, cross the hallway, and disappear into the kitchen. I didn't think anything of it. I could hear Marcus in the bathroom. The shower had stopped, and he was talking to me through the door about some department drama at the university. I was half listening, asking occasional questions. I was still lying there on my stomach on the carpet, facing the hallway, literally staring at that baby gate to make sure it was secure, since Oliver had almost pushed it over earlier that day. I hadn't moved. I hadn't looked away. I was just waiting for Marcus to finish up so we could eat dinner. And then it happened. Not even 5 seconds later, and I am absolutely certain about this timing, I watched Midnight walk out from our bedroom doorway again, cross the hallway in exactly the same way, and disappear into the kitchen. Same cat, same walk, same path, same everything. It wasn't that I saw something in my peripheral vision. I was staring directly at that hallway, wide awake, fully alert. There was plenty of light, and I saw our cat cross that hallway twice within seconds of each other. The moment it happened, I felt this cold wave of confusion wash over me. My brain scrambled to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I imagined the first crossing? No, I was certain I hadn't. Was there another black cat in our house? Absolutely not. I called out to Marcus, trying to keep my voice normal even though my heart was suddenly racing. "Hey, did you let Midnight into the bathroom with you?" "No," he called back. "I think she's in the kitchen." I got up slowly, feeling weirdly disoriented, and walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, Midnight was sitting by her food bowl, looking at me expectantly like nothing unusual had happened. I checked our bedroom. Empty. I checked the bathroom as soon as Marcus came out. Empty. I checked every closet, under every piece of furniture, behind the couch. We had one cat. Just one. What makes this completely impossible is that there was no physical way for Midnight to have exited the kitchen, gotten back to our bedroom, and then walked the same path again in those few seconds. None. Zero. The kitchen had one door, the one I was staring at. Our bedroom had one door, the one I was staring at. There were no pet doors, no holes in the walls, nothing. Yes, the house had windows, but like I said, most were painted shut. The only functioning windows were in the living room, where I was, and one in our bedroom that had a broken screen, but was closed because it was November and cold outside. Even if Midnight somehow squeezed out a window, circled the entire house, and came back in through another opening, all in 5 seconds, I would have seen or heard it. I tried explaining it away. Maybe I dozed off briefly. No, I was wide awake, actively talking to Marcus. Maybe it was a weird reflection. No, the angle was all wrong, and I saw the cat fully, not a reflection. Maybe it was a neighbor's identical cat? We didn't have neighbors with a black cat, and again, how would it get in and out of our locked house? I didn't say anything to Marcus that night. I felt like I was losing my mind. I kept trying to come up with some explanation that made sense, but there wasn't one. I barely slept that night, replaying what I'd seen over and over. The next morning, I casually asked Marcus if he'd noticed anything weird about Midnight. He hadn't. I watched our cat all day, half expecting her to teleport or duplicate or something, but she just did normal cat things. After a few days of obsessing, I finally told Marcus what I'd seen. He listened carefully. He's always been good like that, but I could tell he thought I was either mistaken or had briefly fallen asleep. He suggested maybe I was more tired than I realized with a toddler and everything. I knew he was trying to be supportive, but it was clear he didn't believe me. Honestly, I wouldn't have believed me either, but I know what I saw. The thing that really gets to me, even now, is that nothing like this has ever happened before or since. It was just this one isolated incident where reality seemed to hiccup. If our house had been haunted, or if weird things happened regularly, I could file it under creepy house phenomena and move on. But it was just this one impossible thing. We lived in that house for another year before moving to a bigger place closer to campus. Nothing strange ever happened again. Midnight is still our cat, still alive and well, still doing completely normal cat stuff. I've done a lot of reading since then, trying to find any similar experiences or scientific explanations. I've gone down rabbit holes about quantum physics, parallel universes, glitches in reality, all sorts of weird stuff I never cared about before. Nothing has provided a satisfying explanation. The closest theory I've found is something called a time slip, where somehow I saw the same event twice. But that doesn't really explain it either, because I was conscious and aware during both crossings. It wasn't like time rewound for me. I saw the first crossing, continued having a normal conversation with Marcus, and then saw it again. Another theory I considered is that maybe, just maybe, for a brief moment, there were two of our cat. Not in the sense that our cat literally duplicated, but perhaps some kind of overlapping reality where I glimpsed another version of our life playing out almost identically to our own. It sounds ridiculous when I type it out, but I've run out of rational explanations. What makes this even weirder is that I'm not the type of person who believes in supernatural stuff. I'm a high school science teacher. I believe in evidence and logical explanations. But I also trust my own eyes and my own mind. The incident has left me with this lingering sense of unease, like maybe the world isn't as solid and dependable as we think it is. Maybe there are little tears or glitches in reality that most of us never notice. Or maybe most people do notice them occasionally, but like me, they just don't talk about it because it sounds crazy. I sometimes wonder if anyone else in that old house ever experienced something similar. The landlord had mentioned it was built in the 1920s, but we never heard any stories about strange occurrences there. It was just a normal, slightly run-down rental house in a quiet college town. 3 years later, I still think about what I've come to call the Matrix cat incident at least once a week. It's become this persistent little splinter in my mind that I can't quite remove. I've mostly stopped actively trying to explain it, but whenever I see midnight walking down our hallway in our new house, I find myself watching a little too intently, half expecting to see her walk by twice. I know this all sounds completely bonkers. If someone told me this story, I'd assume they were mistaken or making it up. But I know what I saw. I know I was fully awake and alert. I know our cat walked the same path twice within seconds, doing the physically impossible. The strangest part is how normal everything was before and after. No flickering lights, no strange sounds, no weird feelings or premonitions, just our cat doing something that defied the laws of physics in the most mundane setting possible. I sometimes wonder if these little reality glitches happen all the time around us, but we just don't notice most of them, or we explain them away as mistakes or misperceptions. Maybe what made my experience unusual wasn't that it happened, but that I was positioned perfectly to witness it and was paying enough attention to realize what I was seeing. I guess I'm sharing this now because I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar, not because I want validation that I'm not crazy, but because I genuinely want to understand what happened that evening. Was it just a bizarre one-time glitch in reality? Was it something about that specific house? Or is there some perfectly logical explanation that I'm just not seeing? All I know for certain is that on a completely ordinary Tuesday evening in November 2020, I watched our one and only cat cross our hallway twice within seconds, taking the exact same path when there was no physical way for her to have done so. And that moment, brief as it was, changed how I see reality. I don't expect answers. I've made peace with probably never knowing what really happened. But I still find myself watching midnight a little more carefully than before, wondering if she knows something about the nature of reality that I don't. I'm a junior at Elmvale College, living in this old 2-story house about 3 blocks from campus, with my roommates Maddie and Jess. It's nothing fancy, just your typical college rental with creaky floors and temperamental plumbing, but it's home. My boyfriend Tyler practically lives here too, though technically he has a room at his frat house across town. He's always around, has his own key, keeps clothes in my dresser, the whole deal. Everyone jokes he's our unofficial fourth roommate. Last Thursday started like any normal day. Classes, study session at the library, nothing unusual. Tyler texted saying he had to attend some mandatory fraternity event that evening, something about alumni networking. He was bummed because we usually hang out Thursday nights, but it wasn't a big deal. I told him to text when he was done. After dinner, Maddie and I were sitting on our front porch around 9:30, just talking and enjoying the cool evening. Jess was at her boyfriend's place, so it was just us. We have those outdoor string lights that give everything this warm glow, and we were just relaxing on the porch furniture, scrolling through our phones and chatting about nothing important. That's when we heard it, the distinctive rumble of Tyler's car coming down our street. I should explain about Tyler's car. It's not something you'd mistake for anything else. It's this 2009 Nissan 350Z that his dad helped him import from Japan. The thing is metallic orange with this custom body kit he installed himself, lowered suspension, and these really specific aftermarket headlights that have this unique blue tint to them. Plus, he's got this exhaust system that makes it sound like nothing else in town. I'm not even a car person, but after dating Tyler for 2 years, I know that car anywhere, by sight and especially by sound. So when we heard that specific engine noise turning onto our street, we both automatically looked up. Maddie said, "I thought Tyler had that frat thing tonight." And I remember saying something like, "Yeah, must have ended early." We watched as the car approached, the headlights illuminating the street. As it got closer, I could clearly see it was Tyler's orange Nissan. The streetlights reflected off that specific metallic paint job. It was definitely his car. I'd bet my life on it. "There he is," I said, getting up. "Let's go say hi." Our house has a small parking lot on the side where we all park. There's an entrance from the main road and then an exit out the back that connects to the alley. Tyler always parks in the same spot next to my Honda. Maddie and I walked over to the parking lot together. I was maybe 10 steps behind her because I'd stopped to grab my phone from the porch table. As Tyler's car pulled in, the headlights lit up the whole area. Maddie reached the lot first and gave a little wave. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The car, Tyler's car, slowed down as it entered our lot, but instead of pulling into a space, it just drove straight through. Like it entered from the front entrance, moved at a steady pace through our parking area, and then exited out the back alley without stopping. It wasn't speeding or anything, just driving normally, like someone passing through. Maddie stood there with her hand still half raised in a wave. I caught up to her, confused. "What the hell?" I said. "Why didn't he stop?" Maddie turned to me and I could see right away something was wrong. Her face had gone completely pale, even in the dim light. "That was Tyler," she said, her voice weirdly flat. "I saw him, clear as day." "Yeah, I know," I said, pulling out my phone. "Must be some emergency or something. I'll call him." "Charlotte?" Maddie grabbed my arm, hard enough that I winced. I saw his face. He looked right at me. He saw me waving. I shook her off, already dialing Tyler. "Then why didn't he stop? That doesn't make sense." The phone rang 3 times before Tyler picked up. Immediately I could hear music and voices in the background. Lots of people talking, glasses clinking, that unmistakable sound of a crowded room. "Hey, babe," Tyler said, his voice slightly raised to be heard over the background noise. "What's up?" I felt this cold sensation wash over me, starting from my scalp and running down my spine. "Tyler, where are you right now?" "I'm still at this alumni thing. Probably going to be here another hour at least. These old guys can talk forever," he laughed. Everything okay?" I swallowed hard, looking at Maddie, who was still standing there frozen. Did you just drive by our house? Like literally 30 seconds ago?" "What?" "No." He sounded confused. "I'm across town at the chapter house. Been here since 7. "Why?" "Your car," I said, my voice starting to shake. "We just saw your car pull into our lot and drive through without stopping." There was a pause, and then Tyler laughed again, but it sounded uncertain. "Someone else with an orange Z? I mean, there aren't many around here, but it was your car, Tyler. The exact same one. Custom everything." I was pacing now, my free hand pressed against my forehead. Maddie and I both saw it. "Charlotte," Tyler's voice had changed, all the amusement gone. "I'm standing on the back deck of the frat house right now. My car is parked right in front of me in the lot. It hasn't moved all night." I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. Maddie was now sitting on the curb, her head in her hands. "Put Maddie on," Tyler said. I handed her the phone and she took it, her hand visibly trembling. "Tyler," she said, her voice barely audible. Then more firmly, "Tyler, I saw you. I was maybe 10 feet away. You looked right at me when I waved. It wasn't just your car, it was you driving it." I couldn't hear what Tyler was saying, but Maddie's responses made it clear. "No, I'm not confused. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. No, I wasn't drinking. Because I saw your face, Tyler. I literally saw you. You had on that gray hoodie you always wear, and you looked right at me." She handed the phone back to me, her expression completely shaken. "Tyler," I said, taking the phone. "I'm coming over," he said immediately. "I'll be there in 15 minutes. But your event doesn't matter. Don't go anywhere, okay?" After he hung up, Maddie and I went back inside the house and locked the door. Neither of us wanted to stay outside anymore. We sat at the kitchen table in silence for a few minutes, both trying to process what we'd seen. "Maybe it was someone who looks like Tyler?" I suggested weakly, not believing it myself. "With a similar car?" Maddie shook her head. "Charlotte, I saw him clearly. The lot has those bright lights, and he was looking right at me. It was Tyler, and it was definitely his car, that specific orange color, the body kit, everything." "But that's impossible," I whispered. "He's across town, with his car." "I know what I saw," she insisted, rubbing her arms like she was cold, though the house was warm. "And the way he looked at me, it was strange. Like he recognized me, but didn't expect to see me there. Almost confused. I felt sick to my stomach. This wasn't the first weird thing to happen in our house. There had been other incidents, items disappearing and reappearing in different places, doors that were definitely closed being found open, the sound of footsteps upstairs when no one was home. We'd always joked about having a harmless ghost, nothing that ever felt threatening. But this was different. This wasn't just a paranormal experience. It felt like something had gone wrong with reality itself. 14 minutes later, I was watching the clock obsessively. We heard the familiar sound of Tyler's car pulling into our lot. This time, Maddie and I looked at each other and didn't move. We heard a car door slam, then Tyler's key in the lock, and he burst in looking worried. "Are you both okay?" he asked immediately, coming over to the table. He was indeed wearing the gray hoodie Maddie had described. "We're fine," I said. "Just freaked out." "Tell me exactly what happened," he said, pulling up a chair. We went through it all again, hearing his car, seeing it pull in, Maddie waving, the car driving straight through without stopping, Maddie seeing Tyler behind the wheel. "And I was clearly at the frat house when you called," Tyler said, running a hand through his hair. "There are like 50 people who can confirm I was there all night, including my roommate who drove me there because my car was low on gas." That detail made me freeze. Wait, your car was low on gas? Yeah, that's why Jason drove us both. My car hasn't moved since this morning. It's still sitting in the frat house parking lot right now. Maddie let out a small sound, almost like a whimper. Then what did we see? I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me. Could someone have stolen your car? Taken it for a joyride? Tyler shook his head. I have the only key right here. He patted his pocket. And the car has that engine immobilizer system. You can't hotwire it. Plus, Jason just texted me back. He held up his phone. He walked outside to check, and my car is still exactly where I parked it this morning. The three of us sat in stunned silence. Has anything like this happened before? Tyler finally asked. Maddie and I exchanged glances. We've had some weird stuff, I admitted. Things moving around, strange noises, but nothing like this. Actually, Maddie said slowly, there was that thing last month with Tyler's jacket. I'd almost forgotten about that. One morning, I'd found Tyler's favorite denim jacket hanging on our coat rack when he hadn't been over in 3 days. When I texted him about leaving it behind, he said he'd been wearing it all weekend at his parents' house 2 hours away. When he came over later that day, he arrived wearing the exact same jacket. Somehow, his jacket had been in 2 places at once. At the time, we'd convinced ourselves I was mistaken, that it must have been a different jacket. But now, and there was that voicemail, Tyler added quietly. About 2 months ago, I'd received a voicemail from Tyler at 3:17 p.m., asking if I wanted to meet for coffee before his 4:00 class. The problem was, at 3:17 p.m., Tyler had been sitting next to me in our biology lecture. His phone had been on the desk in front of him the entire time. When we checked his call log later, there was no record of any call to me at that time. We'd written it off as a glitch with my phone, a delayed message from earlier, something technical, but it hadn't felt right even then. It's always centered around you, I said to Tyler, a chill running through me. All these weird things, they all involve you somehow. What does that mean? He asked, looking genuinely scared now. What's happening? None of us had an answer. We spent hours that night theorizing, everything from ghosts to doppelgangers to some bizarre quantum physics phenomenon. Tyler ended up staying over, none of us wanting to be alone. We finally fell asleep around 4 a.m., exhausted from the fear and confusion. The next morning, Tyler and I drove to the frat house together. His car was there, exactly where he said he'd left it. The gas tank was nearly empty, just as he'd said. There was no evidence it had been moved. It's been 5 days now, and I still can't make sense of what happened. It's like the universe glitched somehow, like it played Tyler's usual routine of coming to our house too early, creating an impossible duplicate of both him and his car. Maddie has barely spoken about it since that night, but I know she's as disturbed as I am. She's been staying at her boyfriend's place, coming home only to grab clothes and attend classes. As for me, I keep replaying it in my head, looking for something I missed, some rational explanation, but there isn't one. I saw Tyler's distinctive car with my own eyes. Maddie saw Tyler himself close enough to make eye contact, yet at that exact same moment he was miles away, surrounded by people, his car parked and empty. I've started noticing other small inconsistencies now, things I might have overlooked before. The time on my phone occasionally jumping back a few minutes. Objects not being quite where I left them. The nagging feeling that something fundamental about reality isn't working right. I don't know what to do with this experience. I don't know how to file it away or make peace with it. All I know is that on a perfectly normal Thursday night, the impossible happened, and nothing has felt quite real since then. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? A moment where reality itself seemed to malfunction? Please tell me I'm not losing my mind. I've never posted about this before, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't explain what happened, and it's been driving me crazy for the past 3 months. My name's Andrew. I'm 34, and I've been living in the Crestwood apartments with my wife Elena for about 6 years now. Elena's been here even longer. She moved in about 5 years before we met, so she's been in this building for 11 years total. We know every inch of this place, every single inch. At least that's what I thought until October 15th. I was coming home from work around 6:30 p.m., just like any other weekday. It had been a normal Tuesday. Boring meetings, too much coffee, the usual office stuff. I remember I was mentally planning what to make for dinner as I walked up to our building. I wasn't really paying close attention to my surroundings, just on autopilot like most days. I turned the corner onto Maple Street and headed toward our building's main entrance. And that's when I noticed it. There was this massive air duct installed right beside the entrance. And when I say massive, I mean massive. It had to be at least 4 feet in diameter, running up the entire side of the building from ground level all the way to the roof. It was this ugly industrial-looking metal thing, painted the same beige color as our building, but clearly standing out against the brick exterior. I literally stopped in my tracks. I stood there for a good minute just staring at it, thinking I must be losing my mind. How had I never noticed this huge duct before? It wasn't exactly subtle. It dominated that entire side of the entrance. My first thought was that maintenance must have installed it recently. We'd gotten an email about some HVAC work last month, but nothing about major exterior changes. And this was definitely major. It completely changed the look of the entrance. I walked closer to inspect it, and that's when things got really weird. This thing wasn't new at all. It was covered in a layer of dust and grime that only comes with years of exposure. There were even bird droppings on some sections, and a couple small dents in the lower portion. The paint was faded and chipping in spots. The bolts holding it to the building were rusty. This wasn't something that had been installed last week or even last month. This duct looked like it had been there for years. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I've passed through this entrance every single day for 6 years, sometimes multiple times a day. There is no way, absolutely no way, that this enormous metal duct had been there all along and I'd just never noticed it. I pulled out my phone and took several pictures from different angles. I even took a short video, panning from the ground up to show the full scale of this thing. I must have spent 10 minutes just circling around it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Eventually, I went inside, but I couldn't shake the unsettled feeling. I half expected Elena to mention something about it when I got to our apartment, but she was just sitting on the couch, watching Netflix, like nothing was wrong. I didn't bring it up that night. I kept thinking maybe I was just being unobservant all these years. Maybe it had been there all along and I'd just somehow never registered it. People miss obvious things sometimes, right? But a 4-foot diameter metal duct running the entire height of a 5-story building, right next to the entrance I use every day. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying my walks in and out of the building, trying to visualize whether that duct had ever been there before. I was certain, absolutely certain, that it hadn't been. The next morning, I showed Elena the pictures over breakfast. I tried to be casual about it, saying, Hey, have you ever noticed that huge air duct next to the main entrance? She looked at my phone and laughed. Very funny, Andrew. What did you use, Photoshop? I felt my stomach drop. What do you mean? There's no giant duct by our entrance. I think I would have noticed that in 11 years of living here. She sounded amused, like I was pulling some elaborate prank. I'm serious, Elena. Look at these pictures. I took them yesterday. I scrolled through the photos, showing her different angles. She studied them more carefully, her smile fading. Okay, you're either messing with me or I don't know what, but there's no duct like that anywhere on our building. Let's go look right now, I said, already standing up from the table. Elena gave me this look, part concern, part confusion, but agreed to go down and check. We took the elevator to the lobby, neither of us saying much. My heart was pounding. Either I was losing my mind or something impossible was happening. When we stepped outside, Elena froze mid-step. Her face went completely pale. "What the hell?" she whispered, staring at the massive duct that was undeniably there, exactly as I'd photographed it. "You see it too?" I asked, feeling both relieved and terrified. She nodded slowly, walking toward it like she was approaching some wild animal. I watched as she reached out and touched the metal surface, tracing her fingers along a rusted seam. "Andrew, this wasn't here yesterday. It wasn't here last week. It wasn't here for the entire 11 years I've lived in this building." Her voice was shaking. "That's what I've been trying to tell you," I said. We both stood there examining it. Elena pointed out details I hadn't even noticed. How the duct was actually connected to a vent in the foundation. How there were bird nests in some of the support brackets near the top. How the metal had that specific kind of weathering that only comes from years of rain and snow cycles. "This thing looks like it's been here for decades," she said. That's when I started to feel genuinely scared. Not just confused or disoriented, but actually afraid. Because if both of us, who had lived here for years and passed this exact spot thousands of times, had never seen this enormous structure before, then what the hell was going on? We decided to check the other entrances to the building. Crestwood has 11 different entry points spread around the perimeter. We walked around the entire building, examining each entrance. None of the others had anything remotely similar installed. The main entrance was the only one with this mysterious duct. We even asked Mrs. Patel, who's lived here for over 20 years and was walking her dog near the south entrance. When we casually mentioned the big air duct by the main entrance, she looked confused and said she didn't know what we were talking about. When we insisted there was one, she said she'd check it out later, but clearly thought we were confused. By this point, I was feeling seriously unsettled. Elena suggested we go to the management office to ask about it. The building manager, Tony, has been working here for about 15 years. When we asked him about the air duct, he looked at us like we were speaking a foreign language. "What air duct?" he asked. "The huge one next to the main entrance," Elena said. "The metal one that goes all the way up the building." Tony shook his head. "There's no air duct by the main entrance." We insisted there was, and finally convinced him to come look. I'll never forget the expression on his face when we rounded the corner and the duct came into view. He actually stumbled backward a step. "What the?" he muttered. "How long has that been there?" "That's what we're asking you," I said. Tony circled the structure, touching it, looking up its length. "This isn't in any of our building plans. I've never authorized installation of anything like this." He pulled out his phone and started taking his own pictures. "I need to call the building owner about this." We left Tony making his calls and went back to our apartment. Both of us were too disturbed to go to work. We sat at our kitchen table. looking at the pictures on our phones, trying to make sense of what was happening. Maybe it's some kind of shared hallucination, Elena suggested, but neither of us believed that. Someone would have had to physically install this thing, I said. That's not something that happens overnight without anyone noticing. And it would require permits, construction crews, equipment. Elena nodded. And it clearly hasn't been recently installed. It looks old. That's when she had the idea to check Google Street View. She pulled up our address on her laptop, and we looked at the most recent images from 6 months ago. No duct. We checked the historical Street View images going back years. No duct in any of them. Yet when we looked out our window toward the main entrance, we could see the top portion of it from our angle. It was definitely there now. Around noon, Tony called us. He sounded shaken. He said he'd checked all the building records and spoken with the owner. There was no record of any air duct installation ever being approved or completed at the main entrance. He'd also called the city permit office, and they had no documentation either. But the weird thing is, Tony said, I went down to the basement to check where it might connect to our HVAC system, and there's nothing. It's just there. It doesn't seem to connect to anything inside the building. After we hung up, Elena suggested we go outside and take a closer look at the base of the duct. I agreed, so we headed back down. The base of the duct disappeared into a metal grate in the concrete foundation. The grate looked as old and weathered as the duct itself. I knelt down to peer through it, but couldn't see much beyond a few inches of darkness. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. There was a faint sound coming from inside the duct, a low, rhythmic whooshing, almost like breathing. It was barely audible, but definitely there. I motioned for Elena to listen. She knelt beside me, putting her ear near the grate. Her eyes widened. It sounds like, she hesitated. Like breathing, I finished for her. We both straightened up quickly. Maybe it's just air circulation, Elena suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. I noticed a small access panel about 7 feet up the side of the duct. It was secured with 4 rusty bolts. Without really thinking it through, I decided to try to open it. I went back to our apartment and grabbed a screwdriver from my toolbox. When I returned, Elena looked nervous. Are you sure that's a good idea? I wasn't sure at all, but I needed to understand what this thing was. I just want to see inside it. Maybe there's a manufacturer label or something that could tell us when it was installed. It took some effort, but I managed to loosen the bolts. They were crusted with years of corrosion, which again confirmed this thing had been exposed to the elements for a very long time. When I removed the last bolt, the access panel came free in my hands. I expected to see the inside of a normal air duct, maybe some dust, insulation, or mechanical components. Instead, I found myself staring into what appeared to be a narrow tunnel that extended far beyond what should have been the interior dimensions of the duct. I recoiled involuntarily, nearly dropping the access panel. That's not possible. Elena moved closer. What? Look inside, I said, stepping back to let her see. She peered into the opening, then jerked back, just like I had. How is it that big inside? It looks like it goes on for... I know, I said. The perspective inside the duct was all wrong. Instead of seeing the opposite inner wall of what should have been a simple cylindrical duct, we were looking at what appeared to be a tunnel extending at least 30 or 40 feet horizontally, which would put it well inside our building's lobby. But that space was occupied by the lobby. There couldn't be a tunnel there. The breathing sound was louder now with the panel removed, and there was something else, a faint, musty smell that reminded me of old basement spaces that haven't been opened in years. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it into the opening. The beam extended maybe 15 feet before being swallowed by darkness, but what I could see made no sense. The tunnel wasn't straight. It curved slightly downward and to the right, disappearing into shadow. The inside wasn't metal like the exterior of the duct. It looked organic somehow, with a texture that reminded me of, I don't even know how to describe it. Not quite like flesh, but definitely not like any building material I've ever seen. "We need to close this up," Elena said suddenly, grabbing my arm. "Right now." I started to protest, but then I felt it. A gentle current of air coming from inside the duct, flowing outward. The breathing sound changed tempo, becoming faster, more agitated, and the smell intensified, taking on a sharper edge that burned my nostrils. I quickly replaced the access panel and started tightening the bolts. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the screwdriver twice. Elena kept looking around as if expecting someone or something to appear. We hurried back to our apartment without speaking. Once inside, Elena locked the door and then just stood there, her back against it. "What the hell is that thing?" she whispered. I shook my head. "I don't know, but it's not an air duct." We spent the rest of the day researching online, looking for any similar experiences or explanations. We found nothing helpful. By evening, we were both exhausted and on edge. Around 8 p.m., the building's fire alarm went off. We joined the other residents evacuating down the stairwell. Outside, fire trucks arrived within minutes. The firefighters entered the building while we all waited on the street. I noticed one of our neighbors, Mr. Collins, standing near the main entrance, staring at the duct. I approached him casually and asked, "Have you ever noticed that before?" He looked at me strangely. "Notice what?" "The air duct. Right there." I pointed directly at it. Mr. Collins followed my finger with his eyes, then looked back at me with confusion. "What air duct? There's nothing there." My blood ran cold. I looked at where I was pointing. The duct was clearly there, exactly as before. Massive, weathered, impossible to miss. "You don't see it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. He shook his head slowly. "Are you feeling okay, Andrew?" I mumbled something and walked back to Elena, who was talking with some other neighbors. I pulled her aside and told her what had just happened. "They can't see it," I said. Collins was looking right at it and couldn't see it. Elena's face went pale. We both looked around at the crowd of residents gathered outside. No one was paying any attention to the massive structure that dominated the entrance to our building. They were all just chatting, checking their phones, completely oblivious. "Why can only we see it?" Elena whispered. Before I could answer, the fire chief emerged from the building and announced that it had been a false alarm. Everyone began filing back inside. As Elena and I approached the entrance, I felt a sudden resistance, like walking against a strong wind, except there was no wind. Elena felt it too. I could see her struggling against it. The closer we got to the duct, the harder it became to move forward. And the breathing sound, I could hear it again, louder than before, even though the access panel was closed. It had changed character, becoming more rapid, almost excited. We pushed through the invisible resistance and made it inside. In the elevator, Elena turned to me with tears in her eyes. "We need to move," she said simply. "I can't stay here anymore." I agreed. Whatever was happening, whatever that thing was outside our building that only we could see, it wasn't natural, and it seemed to be aware of us now. We packed essential overnight items and booked a hotel room downtown. As we were leaving with our bags, Tony, the building manager, caught us in the lobby. "Hey, I meant to update you guys," he said. "I looked into that air duct situation. Turns out it was installed back in the 70s when the building was first constructed. It's on the original blueprints, just not the digital copies we use now. Mystery solved, right?" He laughed lightly. Elena and I exchanged glances. We knew that was impossible. The duct hadn't been there yesterday, hadn't been there in any of the Google Street View images, and most of our neighbors couldn't even see it. "Did you go inside it?" I asked carefully. "Through the access panel?" Tony looked confused. "What access panel? It's a solid piece. No way to get inside unless you cut through the metal." I started to argue, but Elena squeezed my arm. I got the message. There was no point. We thanked Tony and continued toward the exit. As we approached the main doors, that resistance returned, even stronger than before. The breathing sound was audible even through the closed doors, a rhythmic, hungry sound that seemed to fill the entire lobby, though no one else reacted to it. We pushed through and hurried past the duct without looking at it. But I swear I felt something reach for us as we passed. Not physically, but some kind of presence extending outward, trying to grasp us. It's been 3 months since that day. We never returned to our apartment. We arranged for movers to pack our things while we stayed away. We've been living in a different part of the city, trying to forget what happened. But I can't forget. I still have the pictures on my phone, the only proof that what we experienced was real. Sometimes I look at them late at night, studying that impossible structure that appeared out of nowhere and inserted itself into reality. I've started noticing things in our new neighborhood too, small discrepancies, things that weren't there before suddenly appearing with signs of age and wear. A mailbox on the corner, a fire hydrant across from our building, a crack in the sidewalk that forms a pattern too deliberate to be random. And sometimes, when the city gets quiet late at night, I swear I can hear it again. That rhythmic breathing sound coming from somewhere just out of sight. I've never been the type of person to believe in the paranormal. Ghost stories, UFO sightings, demonic possessions, they've always seemed like entertaining fiction to me. My husband Daniel feels the same way. We're practical people. I work in accounting, he's in IT, and we approach life with logic and reason. At least, we used to. What's been happening in our home over the past few months has shaken my belief system to its core. I'm writing this down, partly to document it, and partly because I desperately need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind. It started with a chess set. Not just any chess set. A beautiful hand-carved wooden one that Daniel received from his grandfather. The pieces are intricate, with such fine details, you can see the expressions on the knight's horses and the texture of the king's robes. The board folds in half and has individual velvet-lined slots inside where each piece fits perfectly. We've always been careful with it, borderline obsessive even. Daniel and I are both neat freaks. Our friends tease us about how organized our house is. Everything has its place. We don't leave things lying around, and we certainly don't misplace valuable items, especially not ones with sentimental value like the chess set. We keep the set in our living room bookshelf, and about once a week we'd play a game. It became our little ritual. Friday nights, wine, chess, and music. Simple pleasures, you know? 3 months ago, on a typical Friday, I took the set down and set it on our coffee table. I unlatched the brass clasp and opened it to start setting up the pieces. That's when I noticed it. A white pawn was missing. Just gone. At first, I thought Daniel had taken it out for some reason. Maybe to clean it or fix something I hadn't noticed was wrong with it. "Dan, where's the white pawn?" I called out to him in the kitchen. He walked in, wiping his hands on a dish towel. "What do you mean?" "One of the white pawns is missing." I pointed to the empty slot in the velvet lining. He frowned. "I haven't touched the set since we played last week." We'd played the previous Friday, and I distinctly remembered putting all the pieces away properly. I always count them as I place them in their slots. 16 black pieces, 16 white pieces. It's just what I do. We turned the house upside down looking for that pawn. We checked under the couch, between cushions, in the crevices of the bookshelf, even in ridiculous places like the fridge and bathroom cabinet. Nothing. "Could Baxter have gotten it?" Daniel suggested, referring to our golden retriever. But Baxter can't open the clasp on the chess set, and it had been closed and latched on the shelf. Besides, we would have found chew marks or the piece itself somewhere in his bed or toy pile. After an hour of searching, we gave up. "Maybe it'll turn up," Daniel said, but I could tell he was as confused as I was. We ended up using a bottle cap as a substitute that night, but it felt wrong. For weeks afterward, I kept expecting to find that pawn. I'd vacuum and look closely at what I picked up. I'd move furniture to clean behind it. I checked coat pockets, drawers, everywhere. It never appeared. We continued our chess nights, always with that bottle cap standing in for the missing piece. I never stopped looking, though. It became almost an obsession. How could a piece simply vanish from a closed container that hadn't been moved or opened? Then last month we decided to move. Nothing to do with the chess piece. Daniel got a better job offer in a town about 30 miles away. The new place is slightly bigger, with a yard Baxter loves. Packing everything up, I was certain we'd find the missing pawn. There was no way it wouldn't turn up when we emptied every shelf, drawer, and cabinet. I even shook out all our books, thinking it might have somehow slipped between pages. Still nothing. The chess set was one of the last things I packed. I carefully wrapped it in bubble wrap and placed it in a box labeled Fragile Living Room. I handled it myself and kept track of that box during the move. It was never out of my sight when being transported and was one of the first things I unpacked at the new place. We spent the first week in our new home unpacking and organizing. Last night, after finally getting everything in place, Daniel suggested we christen the new house with our Friday night chess ritual. I was excited. It felt like getting back to normal after the chaos of moving. I set the chess set on our new coffee table and unlatched it, already reaching for the bottle cap we'd been using as our substitute pawn. But what I saw inside made my blood run cold. 2 pawns were missing now, the original white one and now a black one as well. I stared at the 2 empty slots in the velvet lining. My hands started shaking. "Daniel!" My voice came out higher than I intended. He must have heard the panic because he came running from the kitchen. "What's wrong?" I just pointed at the chess set. He leaned over and looked. "What the—" He trailed off. "That's not possible." "I know." The set was closed and latched the whole time. His voice had that tone people get when they're trying to sound rational while their world is tilting sideways. "I packed it myself," I said. "I unpacked it myself. It's been sitting on that shelf for a week, unopened." We looked at each other, and I saw real fear in his eyes for the first time since I've known him. "Could someone have opened it?" he asked. "Who?" "We're the only ones with keys to the house. The set was bubble-wrapped and taped. I would have noticed if someone had unwrapped it, opened it, and then rewrapped it." Daniel ran his hand through his hair. "Maybe we're remembering wrong. Maybe 2 pieces were missing all along." but we both knew that wasn't true. We'd been using exactly one bottle cap as a substitute piece for months. There was no way we'd forgotten about a second missing piece. We didn't play chess last night. Instead, we sat there staring at those two empty slots like they were some kind of portal to another dimension. It feels stupid writing it out like this, but that's exactly what it felt like we were looking at something impossible, something that challenged the very rules of our reality. Daniel suggested we set up cameras. If pieces are going to keep disappearing, let's at least see how it happens, he said. So that's what we did. We set up our laptop webcam pointing at the chess set and left it recording overnight. When we checked this morning, nothing had happened. The chess set remained exactly as we'd left it, with two pieces missing. Today, though, today is when things got so much worse. I woke up feeling anxious. I'd had nightmares about those empty slots somehow expanding, about the whole chess set disappearing piece by piece until there was nothing left. I know it sounds silly, but there was something so profoundly wrong about those missing pieces that it was affecting me deeply. I got up early, around 6 a.m., and went to check on the chess set. Daniel was still asleep. Baxter followed me, his nails clicking on the hardwood floors. The chess set was exactly where we'd left it on the coffee table, still open. I counted the pieces again, irrationally hoping that maybe the missing pawns had reappeared overnight. They hadn't, but something else had changed. The white queen was now positioned differently within its slot. I distinctly remembered all pieces being nestled perfectly in their custom-fitted hollows, but the queen was now slightly rotated, its crown pointing toward the edge of the box rather than the center. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe the house had settled during the night, causing the piece to shift. Maybe Baxter had bumped the table. Maybe I was misremembering how I'd left it, but I knew I wasn't. This meticulous attention to detail is built into who I am. I notice these things. I reached out to adjust the queen, to turn it back to its proper alignment. When my fingers touched it, the piece was warm. Not room temperature, but warm like it had been recently held. I yanked my hand back so fast I nearly fell over. Baxter whined, picking up on my fear. For several minutes, I just stood there, staring at the chess set, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I forced myself to touch the queen again. This time, it was cool to the touch, just like it should be. Had I imagined the warmth? Was I so sleep-deprived and anxious that I was hallucinating? I picked up the queen and examined it closely. It looked normal, the same intricate carving, the same polished wood. But something felt off about it. I can't explain it better than that. It just felt wrong in my hand. I put it back in its slot, making sure it was perfectly aligned, and went to make coffee, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. When Daniel woke up, I told him about the queen. He looked concerned, but suggested there must be a rational explanation. Maybe you bumped it in your sleep. Maybe you sleepwalked. But I've never sleepwalked in my life. We spent the morning trying to act normal, unpacking the last few boxes, arranging pictures on walls. But I kept finding reasons to walk by the chess set, to check that everything was still in place. Around noon, Daniel left to go pick up some groceries. I was alone in the house with Baxter. I decided to face my fears head-on and sat down in front of the chess set. I took out all the remaining pieces and arranged them on the board, using bottle caps for the missing pawns. I stared at the board, not really playing, just trying to make sense of what was happening. Was I losing my mind? Was there some elaborate prank being played on us? Neither option seemed plausible. After about 20 minutes, I heard a sound from upstairs, a soft thud, like something small and solid falling onto carpet. Baxter's ears perked up and he looked toward the stairs. "It's nothing," I told him, and myself. "Just the house settling." But then I heard it again. Thud. Distinct. Deliberate. Baxter got up and trotted to the stairs, looking back at me expectantly. I didn't want to go up there. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to stay put, to wait for Daniel to get home. But I've never been the type to hide from things. I needed to know. I followed Baxter up the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound had come from our bedroom. The door was partially closed, exactly as we'd left it. I pushed it open slowly. Nothing seemed out of place. The bed was made, curtains drawn back to let in the midday sun. Baxter walked in without hesitation, sniffing around the perimeter of the room. And then I saw it. There, on my pillow, was the white pawn, the missing white pawn. My legs nearly gave out. I grabbed the doorframe to steady myself. Baxter approached the bed and sniffed at the pawn curiously. "Don't touch it," I shouted, startling both of us. How? The pawn had been missing for months. It wasn't in the house during our move. We had emptied everything. It couldn't possibly be here now, sitting on my pillow like it had been placed there deliberately. But it was. I made myself approach the bed. The pawn looked exactly like I remembered it. Small, white, with a rounded top. I reached out and picked it up. It was warm to the touch, just like the queen had been earlier. I almost dropped it, but instead clutched it tighter, examining it for any clues, any explanation. It was just a chess piece. There was nothing special about it, nothing to suggest why it had vanished and reappeared like this. I hurried back downstairs, the pawn clutched in my fist. I placed it carefully in its slot in the chess set, my hands shaking. It fit perfectly, of course. The empty space that had been haunting me for months was now filled. But the black pawn was still missing, and somehow that felt even worse. Like this wasn't over, like whatever was happening was following some twisted pattern I couldn't understand. I sat on the couch, staring at the chess set, waiting for Daniel to return. Baxter jumped up next to me, resting his head on my lap. Even he seemed unsettled. When Daniel finally came home, I showed him the pawn. He couldn't believe it. "Where did you find it?" he asked. "On my pillow upstairs." His face went pale. "That's not possible." "I know." We spent the next hour going through theories. Maybe someone had a key to our old place and was playing an elaborate prank. Maybe one of the movers had found the piece and somehow gotten into our new house to return it. Maybe I had found it while unpacking and absent-mindedly placed it on the bed, then forgotten about it. None of these explanations made sense. None of them addressed the fundamental impossibility of what was happening. "We should set up more cameras," Daniel suggested. "In the bedroom, too." I agreed, but part of me didn't want to know. Part of me was afraid of what we might see. As evening approached, we tried to maintain some normalcy. We made dinner, watched TV, but neither of us could focus. The chess set sat on the coffee table, one slot still empty, mocking us. At one point, Daniel suggested we play a game, but I couldn't bear the thought of touching those pieces again. The memory of the warm queen and pawn was still too vivid. We went to bed early, both exhausted from the stress of the day. Daniel fell asleep quickly, but I lay awake, listening to the sounds of our new house. Every creak, every settling noise made me tense. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. A soft click, distinct, mechanical. It came from downstairs. I sat up slowly, careful not to wake Daniel. Baxter, who was sleeping at the foot of the bed, raised his head and looked toward the door. He didn't bark or growl, just looked, which somehow made it more unsettling. I slipped out of bed and crept to the bedroom door. The hallway was dark, but a soft light was coming from downstairs. Not the harsh white of our LED lamps, but a warmer glow like candlelight. Part of me wanted to wake Daniel, but another part, the part that needed answers, propelled me forward. I moved silently down the stairs, Baxter following close behind. The light was coming from the living room. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I could see the source, the chess set. It was glowing, not the whole thing, just the pieces, emitting a soft, pulsing light like embers in a dying fire. I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. The chess pieces were arranged on the board, no longer in their slots. They were positioned as if in the middle of a game that was nearly over. The black side had only a few pieces left, including the missing black pawn. I must have made a sound, a gasp or a whimper, because suddenly the light vanished. The room was plunged back into darkness so complete it felt solid. I fumbled for the light switch, slapping the wall frantically until I found it. The overhead light came on, harsh and bright after the strange glow. The chess set was closed, latched, back on the shelf where it belonged, not on the coffee table where we'd left it. My hands trembling, I took it down and opened it. All the pieces were in their slots, all 32 of them, including both pawns that had been missing. I dropped the set. It clattered to the floor, pieces scattering across the hardwood. I screamed then, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. Daniel came running downstairs, nearly tripping in his haste. What? What happened? I couldn't speak. I just pointed at the chess pieces scattered across the floor. He looked confused, not understanding why I was so terrified. Because how could he know? How could he know that among those scattered pieces were two pawns that shouldn't exist in our reality? I've been sitting here at the kitchen table for hours now, watching the sun rise. Daniel finally convinced me to try and get some sleep, but I can't. Not with those chess pieces back in their box, not with the memory of that impossible game being played in our living room. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if there's something in this house, something that's using that chess set to communicate or to torment us. All I know is that the rules I've lived by, the laws of physics, of cause and effect, don't seem to apply anymore. The chess set is back on the shelf now, closed and latched. Daniel thinks I had a vivid nightmare, that I sleepwalked downstairs and imagined the whole thing. He collected all the pieces from the floor, counted them twice, and confirmed that yes, all 32 pieces are accounted for. But I know what I saw, and I know that at some point today, I'll open that chess set again, and something will be different. A piece will be missing, or moved, or there will be an extra one that shouldn't exist. I'm writing this down as a record, as proof that I'm not crazy. Something impossible is happening in our home, and it's centered on that chess set. The sun is fully up now. Daniel just came into the kitchen and suggested we play a game of chess later to face my fears. I agreed, even though every cell in my body is screaming against it. But I need to know. I need to understand what's happening. So tonight, we'll play chess, and I'll be watching those pieces very, very carefully. I still can't explain what happened that day 3 months ago. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, checked our security system repeatedly, even had a locksmith come out to inspect our locks. Nothing makes sense, and honestly, I'm still not sleeping well because of it. My husband Mark and I moved into our apartment in Pinewood last year after Emma was born. It's nothing special, just a 2-bedroom in a quiet suburban complex with decent security and close enough to Mark's office that he can come home for lunch sometimes. We're saving for a house, But with daycare costs and student loans, that dream keeps getting pushed back. That morning started like any other Tuesday. I got up with Emma around 6:30 when she started fussing in her crib. Mark had already left for work. He likes getting in early so he can be home before Emma's bedtime. I fed her, got her dressed, and decided we'd head to the mom and baby yoga class at the community center. Before leaving, I remember looking at our living room wall clock and rolling my eyes. That stupid clock had been an hour off since daylight savings time ended months ago. We kept forgetting to fix it whenever we actually had free hands to do it. It had become sort of a running joke between us. Mark would say, "Hey, at least it's right twice a year," and I'd laugh and say we'd fix it tomorrow. Tomorrow never came, of course. I grabbed Emma's diaper bag, my purse, and we headed out. The yoga class was uneventful. Emma actually stayed content on her little mat beside me, while I attempted to touch my toes. Pregnancy did a number on my flexibility. Afterward, we stopped at the grocery store to pick up a few things for dinner. We got back home around 11:30. I remember struggling with the door while balancing Emma on my hip and the grocery bags hanging from my arm. Our door always sticks a little, especially in humid weather. I finally got it open, kicked it closed behind me, and set Emma down in her playpen in the living room so I could put the groceries away. That's when I saw it. There was a banana peel sitting in the middle of our hallway floor, right outside the kitchen. I froze. It sounds so stupid, freaking out over a banana peel, but we never buy bananas. Ever. Mark hates them, and I'm just not a big fruit eater in general. Emma's still too young for solids, so it wasn't hers either. At first, I thought maybe it had been stuck to my shoe somehow from the grocery store, but it was placed too deliberately, right in the center of the hallway, and I hadn't even gone down that produce aisle. I felt this immediate wave of unease wash over me. I checked on Emma, who was happily gumming her teething toy, completely oblivious. Then I did a quick walkthrough of our apartment, bathroom, bedrooms, closets. Nothing seemed out of place or disturbed. I texted Mark, "Did you come home during your break today?" While waiting for his response, I went back to the banana peel. I stared at it, not wanting to touch it. It wasn't fresh. The edges had started to brown, but it wasn't old and shriveled either. My phone buzzed. "Mark, no, been stuck in meetings all morning. Why?" I swallowed hard and sent another text. "There's a banana peel in our hallway. We don't eat bananas." His response came quickly. "Weird. Maybe it fell out of one of your grocery bags." But I knew that wasn't possible. I hadn't bought bananas. "I'm checking the security footage," I texted back. Our apartment complex has a basic security system. Nothing fancy, just a single camera at our front door that feeds to an app on our phones. I pulled up the footage and scrolled back to when I'd left that morning, around 8:45. Then I fast-forwarded until I saw myself returning at 11:30. In between, nothing. No one came to our door. No one entered our apartment. My hands were shaking as I used a paper towel to pick up the banana peel and throw it in the trash. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Mark had eaten a banana days ago, and somehow the peel had fallen behind something and just now appeared. But no, we seriously never buy bananas, ever. I decided I needed to get out of the apartment again. The walls suddenly felt too close, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I texted Mark that I was taking Emma to my mom's for a few hours just to clear my head. I grabbed Emma's diaper bag again and was about to pick her up when I noticed something else that made my blood run cold. The wall clock, our perpetually wrong wall clock, now showed the correct time. I stared at it, my heart hammering in my chest. I pulled out my phone to confirm, and sure enough, The clock that had been stubbornly displaying the wrong time for months was now perfectly accurate. Someone had been in our home. Someone had fixed our clock. I snatched Emma up so quickly she started crying. I bounced her automatically, trying to soothe her while my mind raced. I texted Mark again with shaking fingers. "The clock is fixed. Did you come home and fix it?" His response, "What? No. Are you okay?" I wasn't okay. I was terrified. I grabbed my keys and practically ran out the door with Emma. In the car, I called Mark and he answered immediately. "Laura, what's going on?" He sounded concerned. "Someone's been in our apartment," I said, my voice breaking. "The banana peel, the clock. Someone was there while we were out." "Are you sure?" Mark asked. "Maybe I fixed the clock the other day and forgot to mention it." "Did you?" I demanded. There was a pause. "No," he admitted. "I haven't touched it, but there has to be an explanation." "I checked the security footage," I told him. "No one came through the front door while we were gone." "What about maintenance?" he suggested. "Maybe they came in for something?" "They always leave a notice," I reminded him, "and they wouldn't just help themselves to a banana and then fix our clock." "Look," Mark said, trying to sound calm, "just go to your mom's like you planned. I'll leave work early and meet you there. We'll figure this out." I spent the afternoon at my mom's, jumpy and distracted. I didn't tell her what happened. She already thinks our apartment building is unsafe and is constantly sending us listings for better neighborhoods. Mark arrived around 3:30, and we decided to go back to the apartment together. When we got home, Mark did a thorough search while I stayed by the door with Emma. He checked every closet, under the beds, behind the shower curtain. All those places you see in horror movies that make you roll your eyes until you're actually living it. "There's no one here," he finally said, but he didn't sound relieved. "Check the windows," I said. "Maybe someone came in that way." But all our windows were locked from the inside, and we're on the second floor anyway. There was no sign of forced entry anywhere. "I want to check the footage again," Mark said, pulling out his phone. We sat on the couch together, Emma between us, and watched the security footage from the entire day. Nothing. No one entered or left except for us. "This doesn't make sense," Mark muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Maybe it's a glitch," I suggested. "Maybe the camera stopped recording for a while." We checked the timestamp on the footage. Continuous, no gaps. "This is going to sound crazy," Mark said slowly, "but could you have fixed the clock yourself and forgotten? Maybe you were tired, on autopilot." "And the banana peel?" I demanded. "Did I magically create that too?" He sighed. "No, of course not." We sat in silence for a moment, both of us staring at the now correct clock on the wall. "Maybe we should stay at my mom's tonight," I suggested. Mark nodded. "Yeah, maybe that's a good idea." As we packed overnight bags, I noticed Mark looking thoughtfully at the kitchen trash where I'd thrown away the banana peel. "What?" I asked. "I'm just wondering." He reached into the trash and carefully extracted the banana peel with a paper towel, just as I had done. "This looks odd." "It's a banana peel," I said, not understanding. "No, the way it's peeled," he said. "Look at the stem. It's broken in a weird way, like it was opened from the bottom, not the top." I looked closer. He was right. Most people peel from the stem down, but this banana had been peeled from the bottom up. The stem snapped awkwardly. "So?" I asked. "So it's just strange," Mark said, dropping it back in the trash. "Who peels a banana like that?" That night at my mom's, I barely slept. When I did drift off, I dreamed of someone moving silently through our apartment, eating a banana, fixing our clock, watching us through windows. The next day, Mark called the apartment management. They swore no maintenance workers had entered our unit. He asked them to change our locks anyway, which they did that afternoon. We also installed a couple of indoor security cameras, one in the living room and one aimed down the hallway. We've been back in the apartment for 3 months now. Nothing else has disappeared or appeared or been fixed. The cameras haven't caught anything unusual. The new locks haven't been tampered with. But sometimes I catch a whiff of bananas when there are none in the house. Sometimes I wake up at night convinced I hear the soft click of someone adjusting the hands on a clock. Mark thinks I'm being paranoid now. He suggested therapy for postpartum anxiety. Maybe he's right. Maybe there's a logical explanation for everything that happened that day. But I know what I saw. I know we didn't have bananas. I know that clock had been wrong for months. Someone was in our home while we were out. Someone who didn't come through the door. Someone who likes bananas and correct time. And sometimes, when I'm alone with Emma during the day, I can't shake the feeling that they're still here, watching us, waiting for us to leave again so they can move freely through our space. I've started leaving the incorrect time on all our clocks just to see if they change again. So far they haven't, but I'm watching, and I'm never buying bananas. I still can't shake what happened at my uncle's funeral last month. It's been weeks, and I keep going over it in my head, trying to make sense of it. I know how this is going to sound, but I need to get this off my chest because it's driving me insane. My Uncle Frank passed away after battling cancer for almost 2 years. He was my mom's older brother, and honestly, one of the kindest men I've ever known. The funeral was held in Oak Ridge, where most of my extended family still lives. I moved away after college, so I don't see that side of the family much anymore. Maybe once every few years at most. The morning of the funeral, I woke up feeling that strange heaviness you get when you know the day is going to be rough. I'd stayed at a Holiday Inn about 10 minutes from the funeral home. I remember standing in front of the mirror, fumbling with my tie, and thinking about the last time I'd worn this suit, my grandmother's funeral almost 3 years ago. I arrived at the funeral home around 10:30. It was one of those older buildings with dark wood paneling and that distinct smell of flowers trying to mask something else. As I walked in, I saw faces I recognized but couldn't always put names to. Distant relatives and family friends who all seemed to know exactly who I was. "Matthew, it's been too long," they'd say, and I'd nod and smile, trying to place them in the family tree. The service was scheduled for 11:00, so I mingled awkwardly, accepting condolences and offering them in return. That's when I spotted him across the room, my cousin James. I instantly recognized him despite not having seen him in person for almost a decade. James is my dad's brother's son, so technically my first cousin. He's about 15 years older than me and has always been the successful one in the family. Last I heard, he was some big-shot director at a communications company in Chicago. Growing up, I always felt a mix of admiration and intimidation around him. He was always polished, confident, wearing expensive suits, and talking about business deals that sounded important. When our eyes met, James smiled and made his way over to me. He looked almost exactly as I remembered, a bit more gray in his hair, maybe a few more lines around his eyes, but still fit and carrying himself with that same confidence. "Matthew, good to see you," he said, shaking my hand firmly. Terrible circumstances, though. We made the usual small talk. How's work? How's the family? That sort of thing. Then something clicked in my brain. "Hey, do you still have that Bentley?" I asked. "The cream-colored one with the red interior?" James tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowing. "Bentley? I've never owned a Bentley. I laughed, thinking he was joking. Come on, that beautiful cream Bentley you had last time I saw you, at Grandma's funeral. You were so proud of it. My brothers and I talked to you about it for like half an hour in the parking lot after the service. James's expression changed from confusion to concern. Matt, I've never owned a Bentley in my life. I've always been a Jaguar man, had an XJ for years, just upgraded to an F-Type last summer. I felt a chill run down my spine. I distinctly remembered that Bentley. It wasn't just some passing detail. We had an entire conversation about it. James had even popped the hood to show us the engine. My brothers Mark and David were there too. We'd all admired it, and James had handed me his business card when I mentioned I might be looking for a new job soon. Are you sure? I could have sworn. I trailed off, because the certainty in James's eyes was unsettling me. Maybe you're thinking of someone else? He suggested kindly. I know Uncle Charlie had that vintage Mercedes he restored. But I wasn't confused. I knew exactly what I was remembering. Still, I nodded and changed the subject, not wanting to make things awkward at a funeral of all places. Throughout the service, I couldn't focus on anything the minister was saying. My mind kept replaying that memory from Grandma's funeral. I could see the Bentley so clearly, cream exterior with that distinctive red leather interior. I remembered James standing beside it in the funeral home parking lot, keys in hand, talking about how he'd always wanted one and finally pulled the trigger after his promotion. I remembered him mentioning the special order for the interior color, how he'd waited an extra 6 weeks for it. After the service, during the reception at my aunt's house, I pulled my brother Mark aside. Hey, you remember James's Bentley? The cream one with the red interior? I asked casually, trying not to sound as disturbed as I felt. Mark squinted at me. James has a Bentley? Had, from a few years ago, at Grandma's funeral. We all checked it out in the parking lot, remember? You, me, and David. Mark shook his head slowly. I don't remember that at all. Are you sure it was James? I felt that same cold feeling again. Yes, I'm positive. We talked about it for ages. He even popped the hood to show us the engine. Sorry, Matt, I don't remember anything like that. You sure you're not mixing him up with someone else? I wasn't. I knew I wasn't, but I nodded anyway and walked away, increasingly disturbed. Later, I managed to corner David during a lull in the reception. Unlike Mark, who can be absent-minded, David has always had an almost photographic memory for details. If anyone would remember, it would be him. David, quick question. Do you remember James's Bentley from Grandma's funeral? David gave me a blank look. What Bentley? James's cream Bentley with the red interior. We all talked about it in the parking lot after Grandma's funeral. You commented on how the red leather probably got hot in the summer, remember? David's expression grew concerned. Matt, I have no idea what you're talking about. James never had a Bentley as far as I know. At this point, I was starting to feel a bit crazy. 3 people, James and both my brothers, had no recollection of something I remembered so vividly, but I knew what I saw. I knew what I remembered. On the drive back to my hotel, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The memory was so clear, so specific. I could still hear James's voice as he talked about the special order process, still see him standing proudly beside the car. These weren't vague impressions. They were detailed, concrete memories. Back in my room, I dumped the contents of my wallet on the bed, looking for something. Years ago, I'd kept that business card James had given me, partly because I thought I might need a job connection someday, and partly because it was printed on this unusually thick textured cardstock that seemed fancy and important to my younger self. I found it tucked behind my library card, James Reynolds, Communications Director, with the company logo and contact information. I stared at it, running my thumb over the embossed lettering. This was real. This had happened. Then I remembered that James had given me his new card earlier that day, almost as an afterthought as we were saying goodbye. I pulled it out and placed them side by side on the hotel desk. They were identical. Same position, same company, same phone number. Even the design was the same, though the newer one looked fresher, the corners not yet worn from years in my wallet. I sat there for what felt like hours, staring at those two cards. If James had never owned a Bentley, then where had this memory come from? Why could I recall in perfect detail a conversation that apparently never happened? I couldn't sleep that night. I kept going over every detail, trying to find some explanation. Had I dreamed it? Was I confusing James with someone else? But no, it was definitely James, definitely a Bentley, definitely at Grandma's funeral. The next morning I checked out early and started the long drive home. About 2 hours in, I pulled over at a rest stop and did something I'd been resisting. I called James directly. "Hey, Matthew," he answered, sounding surprised. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, sorry to bother you. This is going to sound strange, but I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest." There was a pause. "Okay. Have you ever, at any point in your life, owned a cream-colored Bentley with a red leather interior?" The silence on the other end lasted several seconds. "No, Matthew, I haven't. I told you yesterday I've always been a Jaguar guy. Is everything all right? You seemed off at the funeral." I mumbled something about being tired and confused, thanked him, and hung up. I sat in my car for another 20 minutes, trying to make sense of it all. In the weeks since, I've gone through every possible explanation. False memory? But it's so detailed. Mixing up people? But I specifically remember it being James. A dream I'm confusing with reality? But my brothers were there too. I even dug through old photos from around the time of my grandmother's funeral, hoping to find something, anything, that might show the Bentley or give me some clue. Nothing. I've always been a rational person. I don't believe in supernatural stuff or conspiracy theories. But this experience has shaken my confidence in the reliability of my own memories and perception of reality. If I can remember something this vividly, something that involved multiple people, specific conversations and physical details, and it never happened, what else might I be wrong about? The strangest part is how isolated this discrepancy seems to be. It's not like I've discovered other memories that don't match up with reality. It's just this one specific thing, James's Bentley that never existed. Sometimes I wonder if I've somehow slipped between parallel universes, one where James owned a Bentley and one where he's always preferred Jaguars. It sounds crazy when I type it out, but how else do you explain remembering something so clearly that apparently never happened? I've read about the Mandela effect, where large groups of people share the same false memory. But this isn't like that. It's just me. No one else remembers this Bentley. Last week, I almost convinced myself to let it go. Maybe my brain just fabricated this elaborate memory for some reason. But then I found something while cleaning out my office. An old notebook from around the time of my grandmother's funeral. And there, on a page dated 2 days after her funeral, was a note in my handwriting. Call James about possible opening at his company. Reynolds Communications. Cream Bentley. Doing well. I've been staring at that note for days now. It's physical evidence that my memory is real, that I didn't imagine this. And yet everyone insists this car never existed. I don't know what to do with this information. I don't know what it means about the nature of reality or memory or my own sanity. All I know is that I remember something that apparently never happened, and I can't reconcile that with my understanding of how the world works. Has anyone else experienced something like this? A memory so vivid and detailed, with physical evidence to back it up, that turns out to be impossible? I'm not talking about minor details being off. I'm talking about something substantial that you know happened, but apparently didn't. I keep thinking about that Bentley. I can still see it, still hear the sound of James closing the hood after showing us the engine. I can feel the texture of his business card as he handed it to me while leaning against the car. A memory this real can't just be wrong, can it? I've been hesitant to share this for months now. It sounds so trivial when I try to explain it, but I swear it's shaken my sense of reality in a way I never thought possible. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that day at the Lakeview Airbnb. My daughter Emma, 14, and I had been planning this getaway for months. After my divorce was finalized last year, we needed something positive to look forward to. I found this charming lakeside cottage through Airbnb. The reviews were stellar, the photos gorgeous, and it seemed perfect for a week of relaxation. We arrived around 3 p.m. on a Saturday in July. The drive had been longer than expected, and Emma was getting cranky from being cooped up in the car. I was eager to get inside, unpack, and maybe take a walk by the lake before dinner. The host had messaged detailed instructions about the lockbox mounted beside the front door. It was one of those black metal boxes with a combination dial. I punched in the code, 5236, and the little door popped open. Inside was a single key attached to a bulky wooden key ring with Lakeview Cottage carved into it. This is where the first little frustration started. The key ring was this thick wooden circle with a tiny metal clasp that was ridiculously stiff. I struggled with it for maybe 30 seconds, my fingernails hurting as I tried to pry it open. Emma had already wandered to the edge of the property to look at the lake, so I was juggling our bags and fighting with this stupid key ring. "Forget it," I muttered to myself, finally giving up. I just slipped the whole thing, key and wooden ring still attached, into the right pocket of my jeans. I figured I'd deal with it later and add it to my personal key ring once we were settled. The cottage was beautiful inside. Open concept with big windows overlooking the lake, rustic furniture, and a cozy fireplace. Emma immediately claimed the bedroom with the window seat. I unpacked our groceries, put our suitcases in the respective bedrooms, and we spent about an hour getting settled. By 5 p.m., neither of us felt like cooking after the long drive. I suggested we check out a local restaurant the host had recommended in their welcome binder. Emma agreed, and we got ready to head out. This is where things get weird. As we were leaving, I reached into my right pocket for the key. It wasn't there. I checked my left pocket. Nothing. I patted all my pockets again, then checked the pockets of the light jacket I'd been wearing when we arrived. "Emma, have you seen the house key?" I called out. "No, Mom. Didn't you just have it?" she replied from the bathroom, where she was fixing her hair. I retraced my steps. I checked the kitchen counter, the coffee table, between the couch cushions, and even looked in the refrigerator. I've absent-mindedly put my phone in there before when putting away groceries. No key. I went outside to check if maybe it had fallen out when I was unloading the car. Nothing on the driveway or in the car. I even checked the lockbox again, wondering if I'd somehow returned it without remembering. Getting a bit frantic now, I went back inside. Emma was waiting by the door, scrolling through her phone. "We can't leave until I find the key," I told her. "We'll be locked out." She sighed dramatically in that way only teenagers can, and helped me look. After another 10 minutes of searching, I decided to check the table by the entryway one more time. And there it was. The key was sitting on the table. Beside it, not attached to it, was the wooden key ring. I froze, staring at them. The key and the key ring were separated. Remember how I mentioned the key ring clasp was extremely stiff and difficult to open? There's no way the key could have just fallen off. Someone would have had to deliberately work that clasp open to separate them. But I had no memory of doing this, none whatsoever. I distinctly remembered putting the whole thing, key attached to ring, into my pocket. "Found it!" I called to Emma, trying to keep my voice casual even as confusion washed over me. I picked up both pieces, examining them. The clasp on the key ring was closed. I had to use considerable effort to pry it open again to reattach the key. Emma appeared beside me. "Great, can we go now? I'm starving." "Yeah, just a sec," I said, still puzzled. "Did you take the key off this ring earlier?" She gave me a confused look. "No? Why would I do that?" "No reason," I said quickly, not wanting to worry her. "I just don't remember taking it apart." She rolled her eyes. "Mom, you probably did it without thinking. You do that kind of stuff all the time." It was true that I could be absent-minded, leaving my coffee on the roof of my car, walking into rooms and forgetting why I went there. Typical mom brain stuff. But this felt different. I would have remembered struggling with that stubborn clasp. Still, I tried to shake it off. I reattached the key to the key ring, now needing to document this strange occurrence. I told Emma to wait while I grabbed my phone from the car to take a picture. I don't know why, but I felt I needed some kind of evidence. I hurried out to the car, grabbed my phone from the center console, and came back inside within 30 seconds. Emma was still standing in the same spot, now looking impatient. I looked down at the table where I'd left the key and ring, and my blood ran cold. The key was now attached to the key ring again. I'm not talking about, "Oh, I thought I left them separate, but I actually reattached them." No, I had deliberately left them separate on the table before going to my car, intending to photograph them when I returned, and now they were connected again, the wooden ring's clasp firmly closed. "Did you put the key back on the ring?" I asked Emma, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked at me like I was losing my mind. "What? No, you just did that yourself before you went outside." "I didn't," I said, more firmly than I intended. "I left them separate right here on the table." Emma's expression changed from annoyance to concern. "Mom, I literally watched you put the key on the ring before you went to get your phone. Are you feeling okay?" I felt a chill run down my spine. Had I done that? I had no memory of it whatsoever. I was absolutely certain I'd left them separate. "I'm fine," I said, forcing a smile. "Just tired from the drive, I guess." We finally left for dinner, but I couldn't focus on the food or conversation. My mind kept replaying those moments over and over. Had I actually reattached the key and simply forgotten? But how could I forget something I did just seconds before? And how had the key and ring gotten separated in the first place when I had no memory of doing that either? Throughout dinner, I kept checking my pocket to make sure the key was still there. Each time, I'd feel the wooden ring and metal key still firmly attached to each other. When we returned to the cottage that night, I used the key to unlock the door without incident. I deliberately placed it on the kitchen counter where I could see it from where I sat, reading on the couch later. The key remained attached to the key ring all night. Nothing else unusual happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I kept questioning my memory, my perception of reality. Had I experienced some kind of blackout or fugue state, Was I so tired from the drive that I was doing things on autopilot and not remembering them? 2 days later, I casually brought up the incident with Emma again. "Remember when I couldn't find the house key when we first got here?" I asked. "Yeah, you were freaking out about it," she said, not looking up from her book. "Did you notice anything weird about the key that day, like how it was off the key ring and then back on it?" She looked up, confused. "What are you talking about? The key was always on the ring. You found it on the table, picked it up, and we left." According to Emma, there had never been a moment when the key and ring were separated. She had no recollection of me asking her if she'd taken the key off the ring or of me going to the car to get my phone to take a picture. But I remembered it all so clearly. I remember the confusion I felt seeing them separated. I remember the chill that ran through me when I returned from the car to find them reattached. For the rest of our vacation, I watched that key like a hawk. Nothing else happened. It behaved like a normal key, staying attached to its wooden ring, never mysteriously disappearing or reappearing. When we returned home, I mentioned the incident to my therapist during our regular session. I've been seeing her since my divorce, dealing with anxiety and adjustment issues. She listened carefully, then suggested I might want to see a neurologist if similar incidents occurred. "Sometimes stress can manifest in unusual ways," she said, "but it could also be worth ruling out brief seizures or transient global amnesia, temporary disruptions to memory formation." I haven't experienced anything similar since that day, but the incident has left me deeply unsettled. It makes me question how many other inexplicable moments in my life I've brushed off as simple absent-mindedness or forgetfulness. Was it just stress and exhaustion playing tricks on my mind? A brief neurological glitch? Or did something truly unexplainable happen in that lakeside cottage? I've checked the Airbnb reviews for that property numerous times since our stay, looking for any hint that others experienced something strange there. Nothing stands out, just the usual comments about the beautiful view and comfortable beds. I still have the confirmation email with the lockbox code. Sometimes I stare at those 4 numbers, 5236, as if they might offer some explanation. They never do. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe I did separate the key and ring without realizing it. Maybe I did reattach them before going to the car. Maybe the stress of the divorce and single parenting had finally caught up with me, causing a brief memory lapse. But deep down, I don't believe that's what happened. The feeling I had standing in that cottage, staring at the reattached key and ring, was unlike anything I've ever experienced. A profound wrongness, as if reality itself had hiccuped. What bothers me most isn't the incident itself, but what it implies. If I can't trust my own memory of something that happened just moments before, what else might I be misremembering? How much of my reality is actually real? Sometimes I catch myself checking my keys multiple times a day, making sure they're where I expect them to be. I've developed this habit of taking photos of things I don't want to forget or doubt later, a sort of external memory bank I can trust more than my own mind. I never mentioned any of this to the Airbnb host in my review. What would I say? Great place, beautiful view, might contain a temporal anomaly or memory-altering properties. So that's my story. Nothing dramatic happened. No one was hurt. It was just a key that shouldn't have been separated from its ring, and then shouldn't have been reattached. A tiny tear in the fabric of what I thought was possible. But that tear has unraveled something in me that I can't quite stitch back together. I still have no explanation, and honestly, I'm not sure I want one. Suddenly I heard a loud pop and felt my car start to veer to the right. "Shit," I muttered, realizing I must have blown a tire. I carefully pulled over to the shoulder and got out to assess the damage. Sure enough, my front right tire was completely flat. Grumbling to myself, I popped the trunk to get the spare. As I rummaged around for the jack, I had an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just on edge from being alone on a dark road in the middle of nowhere. I got the spare out and started jacking up the car. The night was dead silent except for the creaking of the jack and the chirping of crickets. As I loosened the lug nuts, that creepy sensation of eyes on me grew stronger. A chill ran down my spine. I turned to look behind me and nearly jumped out of my skin. There in the darkness beyond my car's headlights, I saw two glowing red eyes staring right at me. They were huge, much larger and higher off the ground than any animal I'd ever seen. My heart started racing. I told myself it must be a deer or something, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Those eyes were far too intelligent, too malevolent. I turned back to the tire, trying to work faster. My hands were shaking as I removed the lug nuts. Just change the damn tire and get out of here, I thought. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl that made every hair on my body stand on end. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite human and not quite animal. I slowly turned back toward the sound. The eyes had moved closer, and now I could make out a massive dark shape behind them. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall and powerfully built. But the silhouette was all wrong. The proportions weren't human. As my eyes adjusted, I started to make out more details. And that's when true terror gripped me. The thing had the general shape of a man, but with the head of a goat. Huge curled horns protruded from its skull. Its legs bent backwards at the knee like a goat's hind legs, and it was covered in thick matted fur. I'd heard the local legends about the goatmen of Prince George's County, but I'd always laughed them off as silly campfire stories. But here it was, standing right in front of me. And it looked hungry. With a bellow that sounded like a man's scream mixed with a goat's bleat, the creature charged at me. I dove into my car, not even bothering with the door. As I fumbled for my keys with trembling hands, I heard the hideous sound of claws scraping against metal. The car rocked violently as the goatman slammed into it. I finally got the key in the ignition and cranked it. The engine roared to life, and I stomped on the gas, peeling out onto the road with the back hatch still open and the jack clattering to the asphalt behind me. I expected the blown tire to slow me down, but adrenaline and terror propelled me forward at breakneck speed. In my rearview mirror, I could see the goatman bounding after me on all fours, moving inhumanly fast. Suddenly, there was a horrible screech of metal. The goatman had caught up and was clawing at the back of my car. I swerved back and forth, trying to shake it off. There was a loud snap, and my rearview mirror went dark. The thing had torn my antenna clean off. I could hear it scrambling on the roof now, its claws puncturing the metal like it was tin foil. Screaming in terror, I slammed on the brakes and swerved hard. The goatman went flying off the roof. I hit the gas again, praying I'd lost it. After a few minutes of driving like a maniac, I chanced a look in the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty. I let out a shaky breath, feeling myself start to come down from the adrenaline high. That's when I noticed the rank, musty smell, like wet fur and rotten meat. Horror flooded through me as I realized it was coming from inside the car. I hesitantly looked over my shoulder into the back seat. Two glowing red eyes stared back at me from the darkness. What happened next is mostly a blur. I remember smashing through a guardrail, my car rolling down an embankment, glass shattering, metal crunching, that horrible bleating scream. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I knew I was waking up in a hospital bed. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive after an accident like that. They found me over 50 feet from the wreckage of my car, with no memory of how I got there. When I tried to tell them about the Goatman, they exchanged worried glances and upped my pain meds. I overheard them talking about head trauma and possible hallucinations, but I know what I saw, and apparently I'm not the only one. While recovering in the hospital, I did some research online. Turns out sightings of the Goatman go back decades in Prince George's County. Lots of stories similar to mine. Lone drivers encountering the creature on dark rural roads. Local folklore says it was the result of experiments at the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center back in the 1970s. Scientists supposedly crossed human DNA with goats in some kind of secret government project. The Goatman was the twisted result, escaping into the surrounding forests. Crazy as it sounds, it's the only explanation that makes sense to me after what I experienced. The doctors say I'm lucky I only ended up with a concussion and some broken ribs. But I don't feel lucky. I haven't driven at night since the incident. I have horrible nightmares where I'm back on that road, those glowing red eyes bearing down on me. I wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom stench of wet fur in my nostrils. The insurance company totaled my car. When I went to clean out my belongings, I was shocked by the damage. Deep claw marks gouged the roof and sides. The back windshield was shattered. And strangest of all, there were tufts of coarse hair caught in the twisted metal. Hair that didn't match any known animal species. I took some samples to a lab for testing, but they were inconclusive. The DNA didn't match anything in their database. It was some kind of unknown hybrid, they said. Part of me wishes I could forget that night ever happened. Go back to my normal life. Dismiss it all as a bad dream or hallucination like the doctors said. But I know what I saw was real. The Goatman is out there, lurking in the forests of Prince George's County, waiting for unwary travelers on lonely roads. I was lucky to escape with my life. Others may not be so fortunate. So consider this a warning to anyone driving through rural Maryland at night. If you blow a tire or your car breaks down, don't get out to fix it. Keep driving on the rim if you have to, because you never know what might be watching you from the darkness, ready to pounce. And if you see a pair of glowing red eyes in your rearview mirror, floor it and don't look back. The Goatman is all too real, and it's always hungry for its next victim. I still don't understand why it let me live that night. Maybe it was toying with me, enjoying the chase. Or maybe I just got lucky. But I have a feeling our paths will cross again someday. And next time, I might not be so fortunate. So if you're ever driving through Prince George's County late at night and see a hulking shape by the side of the road, don't slow down. Don't stop to help. Just keep driving and pray it didn't see you. Because once the Goatman has your scent, it won't stop until it catches you. I'll never forget those glowing red eyes or that blood-curdling scream. Half man, half animal. The Goatman is real, and it's still out there somewhere. Stay safe and stay away from dark country roads in Maryland. You never know what's lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Day started off normal enough. We met up at the park entrance around 2 p.m., the sun shining brightly overhead. Ava brought her new camera and was excited to take some photos for her Instagram. Demi packed us some snacks and drinks in her backpack. I remember thinking how perfect the weather was, warm, but with a light breeze that rustled through the trees. We wandered through the park for a while, stopping to take silly selfies and admire the flowers in bloom. Eventually, we found a nice grassy area to sit and relax. Ava got some great shots of us lounging in the sun-dappled field. We were laughing and joking around, just enjoying each other's company like we always did. After about an hour, I needed to use the restroom. There were some public toilets near the park entrance, but they were a good 10-minute walk away. I told the girls I was just going to duck behind some trees to pee quickly. They teased me about watching out for poison ivy, and I headed off into a more densely wooded area for privacy. As soon as I stepped into the shade of the trees, I felt a chill run down my spine. The cheerful sounds of the park seemed to fade away, replaced by an eerie silence. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself I was being ridiculous. But as I finished up and turned to head back, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. I scanned the trees around me, heart pounding. There was nothing there that I could see, but the feeling of eyes on me wouldn't go away. I hurried back toward where Ava and Demi were waiting, eager to be out of the woods. When I emerged from the tree line, I was struck by how quiet everything had become. The usual sounds of people chatting and kids playing had disappeared. Even the birds had stopped chirping. Ava and Demi were sitting exactly where I'd left them, but they both had strange, blank expressions on their faces. "Hey guys, did you hear that?" I called out as I approached. Neither of them responded or even looked in my direction. It was like they were frozen in place. That's when I saw it, a blindingly bright light moving through the treetops. At first I thought it must be a drone or something, but it was moving far too erratically. The light dipped and swooped between branches before hovering directly over our little group. I wanted to run, to grab my friends and get the hell out of there. But my legs wouldn't move. I stood rooted to the spot, unable to do anything but stare as the light pulsed and grew brighter. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from behind a nearby tree trunk. But this was no normal human hand. The fingers were impossibly long and thin, ending in sharp points. My breath caught in my throat as I watched those alien digits curl around the tree. That broke whatever spell had been holding us in place. Ava let out a blood-curdling scream that snapped Demi and I back to reality. We scrambled to our feet and took off running without a second thought. I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning and my legs ached, but pure adrenaline and terror kept me going. I could hear Ava and Demi's ragged breathing behind me as we sprinted toward the park exit. We didn't stop running until we were well outside the park gates. Bent over and gasping for air, I looked around wildly, half expecting to see that thing chasing after us. But the street looked completely normal. Cars driving by, people walking their dogs, nothing out of the ordinary. "What the fuck was that?" Ava choked out between breaths. I shook my head, still trying to process what had just happened. That's when we realized Demi wasn't with us. Panic set in all over again as Ava and I shouted Demi's name, looking frantically up and down the street. Had that thing gotten her? Should we go back into the park to search? The thought made my stomach churn. Just as we were about to call the police, Demi came walking calmly out of the park. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. There was something off about her. Her eyes looked glazed over and unfocused. When we rushed over to her, asking if she was okay, she just stared at us blankly. "I'm fine," she said in a monotone voice. "I need to go home now." Before we could stop her, she turned and walked away. Ava and I exchanged bewildered looks. This wasn't like Demi at all. We tried calling after her, but she didn't even glance back. The next few days were a confused blur as Ava and I tried to make sense of what had happened. We called and texted Demi constantly, but got no response. When we went by her flat, no one answered the door. It was like she'd vanished. A week later, I got a notification that Demi had blocked me on all social media. Ava messaged me right after. The same thing had happened to her. It was like Demi had cut us out of her life completely. It's been months now, and we still haven't heard from her. Ava and I have gone over that day in the park countless times, trying to find some logical explanation. But nothing makes sense. What was that light, that inhuman hand? And what happened to Demi in those moments she was separated from us? I can't shake the feeling that something took her that day, something beyond our understanding. The Demi that walked out of that park wasn't the same person who went in with us. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, remembering the bone-chilling terror of that moment. Other times I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember Demi's strange behavior, her disappearance from our lives, and I know it was real. I haven't been back to Stanmore Park since that day. I can't bring myself to go anywhere near it. Ava feels the same way. We've tried to move on with our lives, but the memory of what happened haunts us. I find myself scanning the skies sometimes, half expecting to see that eerie light again. I don't know if we'll ever find out the truth about what occurred that afternoon. Part of me hopes we do for Demi's sake, but another part dreads ever coming face to face with whatever it was we encountered. All I know is that my view of reality has been forever changed. There are things out there beyond our comprehension, and sometimes they find us when we least expect it. If you're ever in Stanmore Park, keep your eyes open and your friends close. You never know what might be watching from the shadows. Still can't believe what I saw that day in the mountains. It's been weeks, but the image is burned into my mind. I've spent over 30 years foraging for mushrooms in those woods, and I thought I knew every inch of that forest, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered. It was a crisp autumn morning when I set out on my usual route along the winding mountain road. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decaying leaves, and a light mist clung to the treetops. I'd driven this road hundreds of times before, my eyes always scanning the forest floor for signs of mushrooms. As I rounded a sharp bend, something caught my eye that made me slam on the brakes. There, about 50 feet ahead, was what looked like a small person, and I mean really small, maybe 2 feet tall at most. It was crouched down next to a boulder that had fallen partially onto the road. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just an oddly shaped stump or a large bird. But then it moved. The creature stood up on 2 legs and put its hands on the boulder. I watched in disbelief as it started to push against the rock. Impossibly, the massive stone began to shift under its tiny hands. I blinked hard, certain I must be hallucinating. But when I looked again, the creature was still there. I could make out more details now. It appeared to be wearing some kind of rough brown clothing that blended in with the forest. Its movements were quick and fluid, almost animal-like. My heart was pounding in my chest. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to get a picture, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even unlock the screen. Just then, the creature's head snapped in my direction. Even from this distance, I swear I could see its eyes widen in alarm. In a flash, it darted off the road and disappeared into the thick underbrush. I sat there for several minutes, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. Part of me wanted to get out and investigate, but my legs felt like jelly. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to drive to the spot where I'd seen the creature. The boulder had indeed been moved several inches off the road. I searched the area, looking for footprints or any other sign of the being, but found nothing conclusive. Just some crushed vegetation where it might have run off. As I stood there, my mind racing, I started to take in my surroundings with new eyes. This particular stretch of road cut through a remote, densely forested area. There were countless rock formations, caves, and hollow logs that could serve as shelter or hiding spots. The terrain was rugged and largely unexplored by humans. It hit me then. This would be the perfect habitat for a community of small, intelligent creatures to remain hidden. They'd have natural escape routes, places to hide, and minimal human interference. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. I spent the rest of the day combing the area, searching for any other signs of these beings. But aside from what seemed like an unusual number of perfectly round holes at the bases of trees, I found nothing definitive. As the sun began to set, I reluctantly headed home. I knew I should tell someone what I'd seen, but who would believe me? I've always prided myself on being a rational person. I'm not the type to buy into Bigfoot stories or alien abductions, but I know what I saw. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, questioning my sanity. But the more I thought about it, the more certain I became. This wasn't some trick of the light or my imagination running wild. I'd seen a real, living creature, one that shouldn't exist according to everything we know about the natural world. The next morning, I was back on that mountain road at dawn. I spent the entire day searching the area, looking for any trace of the little being. I left out some berries and nuts in clearings, hoping to lure it out. But there was no sign of it, or any others like it. I've been back almost every day since then. I've set up trail cameras and spent countless hours watching and waiting. So far, I haven't seen the creature again, but I have noticed some strange things. Tiny structures made of twigs and leaves hidden in the underbrush, unusual patterns of pebbles arranged on fallen logs, soft whistling sounds that don't match any known bird call. I know how this all sounds. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I'd have thought they were crazy or pulling my leg. But I'm telling you, these creatures are real. I've spent my entire adult life in these woods. I know every plant, every animal, every sound. What I saw that day was something entirely new. I've done some research since then, looking into folklore and legends from this region. There are old stories of little people living in the mountains, but most scholars dismiss them as myths or exaggerated accounts of children lost in the woods. Now, I'm not so sure. I've thought about reporting my sighting to the authorities or to scientists, but I'm hesitant. What if an influx of researchers or curious onlookers disrupts their habitat? What if they're captured and studied like lab rats? No, for now at least, I think it's best to keep this to myself. But I had to tell someone, which is why I'm sharing this here. I know most of you will probably think I'm nuts or making this up. That's okay. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me. I just needed to get this off my chest. I'm going back out there tomorrow and the day after that and every day I can. I don't know if I'll ever see that little creature again, but I can't stop looking. It's like that brief encounter opened up a whole new world of possibilities. If there's one thing I've learned from my years in the forest, it's that nature always has more secrets to reveal. We think we know everything about our world, but there are still mysteries out there, hiding just out of sight. I saw one of those mysteries with my own eyes, and it's changed everything for me. So the next time you're out in the woods, keep your eyes open. Look closely at that oddly shaped stump or that flash of movement in your peripheral vision. You never know what you might see if you're really paying attention. There are wonders out there just waiting to be discovered. And who knows, maybe someday one of you will see what I saw and know that you're not alone in this incredible experience. It started off as a perfect fall morning, crisp air, leaves crunching underfoot, sunlight filtering through the trees. My 12-year-old son, Jake, was excited to tackle one of the more challenging trails in the park. As we set off, everything seemed normal. We chatted about school and sports as we made our way deeper into the forest. About an hour in, I started to get an uneasy feeling. It was subtle at first, just a vague sense that something wasn't quite right. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. But as we continued hiking, the feeling only intensified. I noticed Jake kept glancing around nervously. When I asked if he was okay, he said, "Dad, do you feel like we're being watched?" A chill ran down my spine. So he felt it too. I didn't want to alarm him, so I casually said, "It's probably just the wildlife, buddy. Lots of critters out here." But I knew it wasn't wildlife. This was different. It felt malevolent somehow, like there were eyes boring into us from every direction. I instinctively pulled Jake closer as we walked. That's when the weird stuff started happening. Out of the corner of my eye, I kept seeing flashes of movement, dark shapes darting between trees. But when I'd turned to look, there was nothing there, just empty forest. Jake saw it too. "Dad, what was that?" he'd ask in a trembling voice. I'd make up some explanation about squirrels or birds, but we both knew that wasn't it. The sounds were the worst part. At first it was just snapping twigs and rustling leaves. Perfectly normal forest noises, except they seemed to be following us. No matter which direction we went, the sounds were always right behind us or off to the side, never where we could actually see what was making them. Then we started hearing the whispers, faint at first, barely audible. I thought I was imagining things, but they grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't any language I recognized, just sibilant hissing sounds that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Jake heard them too. He grabbed my hand, squeezing it tight. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's pick up the pace a bit." We started walking faster, almost jogging at times. But the whispers kept pace with us, always just out of sight but unmistakably there. As the trail started to climb steeply, things got even weirder. The shadows around us seemed to deepen and shift in unnatural ways. It was the middle of the day, but it felt like twilight had suddenly descended on the forest. The air grew thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. That's when I made the decision. "Jake," I said as calmly as I could, "I need you to do exactly what I say. Keep your eyes forward and don't look back, no matter what. We're going to walk quickly but carefully up this hill. Don't stop for anything. Understand?" He nodded, eyes wide with fear. I could see he wanted to ask questions, but he stayed silent. Smart kid. We started up the steep incline, and immediately the whispers intensified. They seemed to be coming from right behind us now, so close I could almost feel breath on the back of my neck. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to confront whatever was there. But some deeper part of me knew that would be a terrible mistake. So we pressed on, our legs burning as we practically ran up the hill. Jake whimpered softly, but kept his eyes locked ahead just like I told him. The whispers grew to a fever pitch, and I swear I felt something brush against my back. But I didn't look. I couldn't look. Just when I thought my legs would give out, we crested the hill, and I saw our car in the parking lot ahead. "Run!" I yelled, and we sprinted the last 100 yards. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely get the door open. We dove inside, and I slammed the locks down. For a long moment, we just sat there panting, too scared to speak. Finally, Jake turned to me with tears in his eyes. "Dad, what was that? What happened back there?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I don't know, son, but I do know one thing. Something followed us through that entire hike. Something that shouldn't exist. Jake's eyes widened. You mean like a ghost or a monster? I shook my head. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't natural and it wasn't friendly. Whatever's in those woods, it's not safe. As I started the car, I made a silent vow. We were never coming back to this part of the park again. Some places are better left alone, and some things are better left unseen. The drive home was tense and quiet. We were both still processing what had happened. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see some dark shape emerging from the trees behind us. But there was nothing, just an empty road stretching out behind us. Jake finally broke the silence. Do you think it followed us home? I gripped the steering wheel tighter. No, I don't think so. I think whatever it was, it's confined to that area of the forest. But we can't be sure. When we get home, I want you to stay inside for the rest of the day, okay? He nodded solemnly. I hated seeing him so scared, but I knew it was for the best. We needed to be cautious. As we pulled into our driveway, I felt some of the tension finally start to ease. We were home. We were safe. Or so I thought. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard Jake call out from his room. Dad, come quick. I raced down the hall, heart pounding. Jake was standing at his window, pointing outside. I saw something in the backyard, he said, voice shaking. A shadow, moving really fast. I peered out into the darkness, scanning the yard. At first I saw nothing. Then, just for a split second, I caught a glimpse of movement. A dark shape, humanoid but somehow wrong, darting behind a tree. My blood ran cold. Get away from the window, I said, pulling Jake back. I quickly closed the curtains and turned on all the lights in the room. It's okay, I told him, trying to sound more confident than I felt. It was probably just a deer or something. But we both knew that wasn't true. Whatever had followed us in the forest had found its way here, to our home. I spent the rest of the night sitting in Jake's room, watching over him as he slept fitfully. Every little noise made me jump. The house creaked and settled, and each time I was convinced it was something trying to get in. As dawn broke, I finally started to relax a bit. We had made it through the night, but I knew this was far from over. Whatever we had encountered in those woods, it wasn't going to leave us alone easily. In the days that followed, we experienced more strange occurrences. Objects moving on their own, whispers in empty rooms, shadows flickering at the edge of our vision. It was like we had brought a piece of that haunted forest home with us. I've researched everything I can about the area where we hiked, trying to find any history of similar experiences. There are a few vague legends about spirits in the woods, but nothing concrete, nothing to explain what we went through. It's been months now, and things have mostly calmed down. The incidents have become less frequent, though they haven't stopped entirely. Jake still has nightmares sometimes. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every unexpected sound. I don't know if we'll ever fully understand what happened that day in the forest. Part of me doesn't want to know, but I do know this. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows, just beyond the edge of what we consider reality. So if you're ever hiking in the Ohio River Valley, and you start to feel like something's watching you, don't look back. Just keep moving and pray that you make it out of those woods, because some things once seen can never be unseen, and some forces, once awakened, will never truly let you go. The party started off great. About 20 of us were there, mostly friends from college. We were hanging out by the bonfire, drinking beers, playing music, and just having fun. As the night went on, a few of us decided it would be cool to explore the property a bit. Jake's place backed up to this dense wooded area that none of us had really checked out before. At first, it was just innocent fun. A group of about 5 or 6 of us grabbed some flashlights and headed towards the tree line, laughing and joking around. I stayed back by the fire, chatting with some other friends. After about 15 minutes, we heard shouting coming from the direction of the woods. Suddenly, the group came running back towards us, looking absolutely terrified. "What the hell happened?" I asked as they stumbled back to the bonfire, out of breath and visibly shaken. My friend Mike was the first to speak up. "There's something out there, man," he said, his voice trembling. It attacked us or something. We couldn't see it clearly, but it was big and fast." The others nodded in agreement, still trying to catch their breath. They described hearing rustling in the bushes, then feeling something brush past them forcefully. Whatever it was seemed to circle around them in the darkness before they all panicked and ran. At first, I was skeptical. I figured they were just drunk and had scared themselves. But the fear in their eyes was real. These weren't the type of guys to get spooked easily. As we all tried to process what they were saying, another group decided they wanted to check it out for themselves. Despite protests from those who had just returned, about 4 or 5 people grabbed flashlights and headed towards the woods. I had a bad feeling, but curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to join them. We made our way to the edge of the property where it met the tree line. The woods looked especially dark and foreboding now. We shone our flashlights into the trees, not seeing anything out of the ordinary at first. Then someone gasped and pointed. There, about 50 feet into the woods, was a pair of glowing red eyes. They were huge, at least 6 feet off the ground, and they were staring right at us. My blood ran cold. Those eyes, they didn't look like any animal I'd ever seen. They were too big, too intelligent looking. For a moment we all just stood there frozen in shock. Then the eyes blinked and vanished, just disappeared into thin air. Before any of us could react, they reappeared in a different spot, closer this time. Then they vanished again. Panic set in, and we all turned to run back to the house. But as we spun around, the eyes materialized right in front of us, blocking our path. They were massive, easily 7 or 8 feet tall now, and they were between us and safety. We scattered in different directions, screaming in terror. I sprinted as fast as I could, branches whipping my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear the heavy footsteps of something massive behind me, but I didn't dare look back. Somehow I made it back to the bonfire, my heart pounding out of my chest. The others stumbled out of the woods too, all of us gasping and trembling. "Did you guys see that?" someone shouted. We all nodded, too shocked to speak. Jake came running over, asking what had happened. Between panicked breaths, we tried to explain about the glowing red eyes, how they had appeared and disappeared, how they had cut us off from the house. Jake looked bewildered and scared. "We need to get inside, now," he said firmly. We all hurried into the house, locking the doors behind us. Everyone was freaked out, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Some people were crying, others were on their phones trying to call for help, but cell service was spotty out there. I went to one of the upstairs windows, peering out into the darkness. For a moment, I didn't see anything. Then a chill ran down my spine as I spotted those red eyes again at the edge of the woods, staring at the house. I blinked, and they were gone. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room, too scared to sleep. Jake's parents were away for the weekend, so we were on our own out there. We kept the lights on and took turns keeping watch. As the sun finally began to rise, we ventured outside cautiously. There was no sign of whatever had terrorized us during the night. We searched the woods, but found no tracks or other evidence. It was like it had never happened. In the light of day, some people tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some kind of animal, they said, or maybe we were all drunk and imagined it. But deep down, we all knew the truth. Those eyes were real, and they weren't natural. I wish I could say that was the end of it, that we all just went home and forgot about that night. But for me, at least, it was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, I started seeing those eyes again. Never for more than a split second, and always when I was alone. I'd be walking to my car at night and catch a glimpse of them watching me from between two buildings. Or I'd wake up in the middle of the night to see them hovering outside my second-story window, gone as soon as I blinked. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things, that it was just leftover fear from that night. But it felt so real. I stopped sleeping, barely ate. My friends were worried about me, but I was afraid to tell them what was happening. They'd think I was crazy. It all came to a head about a month after the party. I was driving home late one night on a lonely stretch of road. As I rounded a bend, my headlights illuminated something in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, heart racing. There, standing motionless, was a tall, dark figure. It was hard to make out any details, but it had to be at least 8 feet tall. And those eyes, those terrifying red eyes, were staring right at me. I sat there paralyzed, engine idling. The figure didn't move. It just kept staring. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to put the car in reverse. As soon as I started backing up, the figure vanished into thin air. I sped home in a panic, convinced it would reappear at any moment. When I finally made it inside, I broke down sobbing. I couldn't take it anymore. The fear, the sleepless nights, the constant feeling of being watched. It was too much. The next day, I packed a bag and left town. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just needed to get away, to clear my head. I spent a few weeks staying with a distant relative, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Eventually, I worked up the courage to return home. To my relief, the sightings seemed to have stopped. Life slowly returned to normal, though I never forgot what I saw that night in the woods. It's been a few years now, and I still don't have any answers. What were those creatures? Why did they terrorize us? And why did they seem to fixate on me afterwards? I've done research, tried to find similar encounters, but nothing quite matches up. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in my head somehow. But then I remember the sheer terror I felt, the way those eyes seemed to bore into my soul. It was real. I know it was. I still get nervous in the woods at night, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I could swear I see a flash of red, but I try not to dwell on it. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened, but I've made peace with the not knowing. Some mysteries are better left unsolved.